Live.
Says we are live on YouTube.
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to our February 2nd regular meeting of council. I'd like to welcome our staff, our delegators, and our consultants who are coming on to our meeting a little later, and all of council and the public who are hopefully listening and watching us. We are live streamed electronically, so hopefully we'll have more and more people taking advantage of that until COVID gets over. So welcome everybody. We're going to open our meeting. I have the first motion, which was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll, that council agreed to move items 8E, F, G, H, and I believe it's Q, from information items to action items for discussion. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I'll also remind all of council that if you do have any disclosure of interest, you can declare this conflict during any time during the meeting or now at the beginning of the meeting. So please feel free that it can be any time during the meeting.
Bill?
Thank you.
Bill?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Something wrong with your sound, Karen.
We lost Karen.
We lost Karen. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We'll give her a minute to come back on.
Come back.
There.
Oh.
We good? Karen, you good?
I'm back. I don't know what happened. I just sort of disappeared.
Okay, yes, so everything's fine then? Thank you. We also have the next motion, which was moved by Ian Straight and seconded by Claus Vandermeer, that the regular meeting of council agenda dated February the 2nd, 2021 be approved as circulated. All in favor? That's carried, thank you. And moving on, we have a motion by Jeff Carroll. And sorry, I just want to make sure that I didn't jump the gun here. Nope. The next motion I have here was moved by Jeff Carroll and seconded by Karen Jennings that the minutes of the meeting of council January the 19th, 2021 be approved as circulated. All in favor? And that's carried. And now I'll ask if there is any business arising from those minutes on January the 19th. Seeing none, then we're going to move on to our delegations. And now we're very happy tonight to have two delegations. And the first one is going to be on the Climate Action Network. And we have Susan Brandom, who we all know. And Susan, welcome. And the second delegation is going to be on the Lanark County Climate Action Plan. And we have invited Michelle Valla to come and speak to us. So each of you have 10 minutes. And I believe, Susan, you're going to be first. So I'm going to turn this part of the meeting over to you. So Susan, thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dobson, Bill. It's truly a pleasure to be back at Montague. Although I am genuinely sorry to not be in your council chambers. I always had a particular pleasure in coming to your council chambers and to the turnout you get from your citizens. I don't know what I need to do exactly to show the slide presentation. Do you need to turn over the presentation to me, or how do we do that?
Should be able to share the
Christie?
screen.
Christie, could you please?
It's the share
and turn
screen.
it on? Yeah, the host has to turn the share screen on.
Okay.
You just go, Chris, you go to share screen and then open it up, and it should be a selection. I think it's the second one down. I can't see it because I'm not the host, but it's allow more than one person to share the screen.
Okay, share screen, allow multiple participants can share simultaneously.
Yeah.
Um,
Did that work?
I'm not seeing anything that I'm accustomed to seeing when I'm going to present.
And Susan, just to let you know that your presentation has already been shared with all of council and our staff, I believe, and
Oh. Okay, so if you have,
and the public. I believe the public has already. It's on the agenda, so we've seen your presentation.
okay,
Unless
so
we can work this out here.
yeah, no, well, we can just sort of proceed with that if people are comfortable. There was nothing, it was a PowerPoint, 10 slides, virtually all text. So I can just speak to that if you're comfortable.
That's fine. And if Christie can work on this, I think we can go ahead and start, and then she can put it up whenever she gets it going.
Okay, fabulous. Okay, so I will just jump right in. So what I am doing is talking to you about Climate Network Lanark and about climate action plans. And yes, there's going to be a little bit of duplication with what Michelle has to say, but it's probably valid because it will stress the important things. So Climate Network Lanark is an affiliation of about 200 people and local organizations that are promoting climate action in Lanark County and Smiths Falls. We formed last year formally in 2019. We're a project of the Lanark County Stewardship Council, and we went to Lanark County Council prior to our formal formation, actually, in the fall of 2019, to encourage Lanark County Council to move forward on developing its climate action plan. And we're now going around to all of the lower tier municipalities and encouraging you to work with the county and to develop your own climate action plans. Okay, here we are. And so do I need to ask you to move the slides forward then? I think so.
I'm just trying to figure out how to do that. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm just going to pull up mine while we're doing that. Okay. So in last year, we had a very busy year, as it turned out. We organized a public gathering at the end of February, and we were expecting 50 people or so. We ended up having 120. And that goes to how many people in Lanark County and Smiths Falls are interested in taking action on climate. We also held a workshop at the county for county politicians and staff and lower tier politicians and staff. And we brought in the people from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Partners for Climate Protection, to talk specifically about what a climate action plan was and to answer questions that councillors and staff might have. Now, who are we? Who's CNL, Climate Network Lanark? It's me. Many of you will know me, having worked at REAL, the Rideau Environmental Action League, and delivered environmental programs, local environmental programs throughout the region for about 20 years. I also produced the climate action plan for Tay Valley Township and I do a few other things. Gord Harrison is my co-volunteer coordinator for Climate Network Lanark. He has a long history in green education, green teaching, and climate issues. He worked for the Pembina Institute, and he worked on the county's community forests and municipal trail studies. We are getting some funding. We have funding from the Perth and District Community Foundation, from the county, from Gosling Foundation, Nature Canada, and we're looking for others. The funding basically provides some money for us to have some support staff, admin staff, and to do some tasks. It's not for Gord and the volunteers. We work with a number of groups in the region. I won't go through them. That's quite the list. We are actively engaged with the county right now in advising and assisting the county in developing its climate action plan, specifically in developing the steering committee and the stakeholder groups that are going to drive that plan. We have also assisted the county in collecting transportation data. We're working very closely with the county right now on bringing ALICE to Lanark. ALICE is an alternative land use strategy. It's a program developed out west by ranchers and farmers that fundamentally pays farmers for taking care of nature forests. So it's a means of ensuring that farmers are able to take care of the wetlands and other natural areas that work for us. Now, why should we have caps? The climate crisis is the issue of now and the future. We need to cut our greenhouse gas emissions by half by 2030. That's 9 years away if we're going to avoid the deadly 2+ degree change that is being forecasted. Right now, we're on target for a 3.7 degree change. One thing most people don't understand is that local governments control or influence 50% of greenhouse gas emissions. So while it's critical that action be taken at the international and the national level and the provincial level, there is a lot that can be done at the local level. Coming out of COVID, there are opportunities to gain greenhouse gas reductions, to create green business and work, and to respond to citizens' demands for action on climate. Right now, some 450 Canadian municipalities either have or are working on their own climate action plans. There have not been that many in Eastern Ontario, frankly. Tay Valley, Perth, and of course Ottawa and Kingston have been in the lead, but there is more interest now, and we have just spoken with citizens groups in Leeds and Grenville and Prescott Russell who are very interested in doing what we're doing here. And fundamentally, you don't want to be left behind. This is what's happening. What is a CAP? What is a climate action plan? You fundamentally just determine your greenhouse gas emissions at the municipal, corporate, and the community levels. You determine by how much you want to reduce your emissions. You define actions that you want to take over the next 10 years at both the corporate and the community levels, and then you implement those actions. As mentioned, I produced the Tay Valley report, and it's available at that web link, that URL. I've been told that it is an easy to read report, and so I'm glad of that, and I'd like to encourage you to read it. It was absolutely driven by the community, and so Tay Valley has set targets of 55% reduction in corporate greenhouse gas emissions and 45% in community emissions. And there's some 45 key actions in there, many of which would be very similar to actions that Montague would likely end up developing. What's the benefit of CAPs? You have a plan now that will allow you to address climate action going forward. You can cooperate with the county, have both a county plan and a municipal plan, and save money on developing those plans cooperatively. Because the county is doing what it is doing right now, it needs to work with the lower tiers in order to gather the community data. So that is data that will be there anyway with your assistance, and you might as well take advantage of that. Doing the corporate part of it is quite easy. It doesn't take much effort, and is based on your conservation and demand management plan, which you do annually anyway. And so really it would be relatively easy for you to do a plan. The key benefit of having a plan is that it makes you eligible for more funding. So there is funding coming down the pipe right now for more home energy retrofits, for more electric vehicle chargers, a whole bunch of things that are going to come anyway for everybody. But if you have a plan, that makes you eligible for significant green funding. And that's to the tune right now about $1 billion that's just literally going to be rolling out shortly, and is linked to 3 critical pots. One is the community efficiency financing, so a financing mechanism that would allow homeowners to borrow against their property taxes to implement conservation efficiency with GHG reduction and renewable energy. You may already be familiar with this type of program. Some homeowners rurally take advantage of that for doing ditch work, for example. Tay Valley also is part of a pilot project, which is probably going to be coming in this spring, that will introduce this concept of this sort of financing. Some of the money is going to be going to sustainable, affordable housing. I don't need to tell you about how critical that is an issue in this area. So this is support for local affordable housing providers, including municipal, not-for-profit, and housing co-ops, to retrofit existing affordable housing units or construct energy-efficient new builds that emit lower greenhouse gas emissions. This could be ideal for Smith Falls' new project, once they have a plan in place. We know from other examples that if you can do passive house standards for multi-residential building, that you can, and with solar as a means of providing electric power, that you can end up with a monthly utility cost of about $50 a month. That's total utilities. And that to me is very affordable. And the third piece of that big pot of money that's coming is collaboration on community climate action. That's to support cities and communities in reaching their full carbon emissions reduction potential while improving public health, increasing mobility, and boosting local job creation. All the things that we know are going to be critical as we come out of COVID. I want to thank you very much for the time that you've given us to this, and if you have any questions, please do ask.
Susan, thank you. Will you be staying on with our meeting? Because I'd like to be able to have our second delegation, then we can open it up to questions to both of you in case we have duplication.
Absolutely, no problem.
So, so thank you very much, Susan. And we're now going to go on to Michelle Valla, who works with the county, and that's going to be on the Atlantic County Climate Action Plan. And although I've listened to this already, Michelle, every time you do a delegation, you always add new things. So, and you've done a great job in the last few years with us. So welcome and thank you. And I'll turn this part over to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate an opportunity to talk about this. So I'm going to share my screen, see if I can do that. Okay. So hopefully you all can see my presentation up. Okay. All right. So today I'm here to talk a little bit about Leonard County's Climate Action Plan and a little bit about what municipalities can do to join in with this Climate Action Plan. So this is a little bit of repetition from what Sue talked about. As a municipality, we do have quite a large influence on the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, and we do have an opportunity to take action here. But it's not all about reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It's also about building climate resilience and thinking about climate mitigation and adaptation as well. Just to give you a little bit of background on Leonard County's Climate Action Plan. So last January, the county began the planning and visioning for the Climate Action Plan. We've since joined the Partners for Climate Protection program, which is a partnership between FCM and ICLEI. It's a network of over 300 Canadian municipalities that have committed to reducing their greenhouse gases and acting on climate change. So we're taking the PCP's milestone framework in our Climate Action Plan. And so the 5 milestones are listed on the screen here, but the first milestone is really about creating our baseline inventory of greenhouse gas emissions. And then we move into reducing or setting targets for emissions. And the third milestone is really where we spend a lot of time developing our local climate action plan. And the 4th and 5th milestones are about implementing and reporting on the plan. So this is just a snapshot of what Leonard County's climate action plan looks like with the 5 milestones. So we anticipate by the end of 2021 to be in the later part of milestone 3. But throughout this process, we do need to keep our community and our stakeholder engagement throughout. So the Climate Action Plan is broken down into 2 parts, as Sue outlined, the corporate and the community. So part within the umbrella of the Leonard County Climate Action Plan will be the Leonard County Corporate Climate Action Plan, which is based on corporately owned assets and operations. And the community side of the plan is going to represent the entire community and encompass all lower tier municipalities and Smith Falls. The part that we are missing in our Climate Action Plan is the corporately owned assets and operations at the lower municipal level. So that's where adding our lower tier municipal corporate climate action plans helps us have a more all-encompassing plan. So Tay Valley and Perth have both completed a corporate and a community climate action plan. And so Leonard County's community plan would work alongside the lower tiers plan with a focus on whole community actions. So lower tier municipalities can create their own corporate climate action plan, and Smith Falls has already passed a resolution to join the PCP program and begin milestone 1 for the corporate planning. So we are encouraging all the lower tier municipalities to complete a corporate climate action plan. We're hoping to get more engagement as we go along. So this is just a snapshot of what the steps would need to be to take in order to get to a corporate climate action plan. Really, the first step is to pass the resolution to join PCP. And the next few steps are following along the different milestone processes. So we do have more details on each of these steps in our step-by-step guide, as well as some information about what kind of data would need to be collected. And like Sue said, it's probably data that you've already reported on in the past. So joining FCM is free, and it provides your municipality with the tools to develop a climate action plan. Although members are required to move through the milestone framework, you have within 10 years of joining, you need to move through these milestones. So it's not required to do right at the beginning. There's no time pressure. Report on the progress at least once every 2 years, obviously with our support. Also to share your experiences with other members, which is really important when we're talking about restrictive budgets and resources. So the cost of the plan is really dependent on the actions that you choose to do for your municipality. But if there are costs associated with retrofitting or upgrading systems, it can be offset by some of the savings from lower utilities costs, job creation and local economic development from retrofitting buildings. But there are also grants for specific projects. And some examples are the Green Investment Fund, FCM's Green Municipal Fund, and Enbridge Natural Gas grants. So really the key here is for us to work together to find solutions that fit each of the lower tier municipalities. So this is a snapshot of the Climate Action Plan's proposed committee structure based off of similar plans in our area. So the Stakeholders Committee is really where we want to involve our municipal partners to have opportunities to be able to share experiences and work through challenges. But it also means that as a municipality, you would have some input into the Climate Action Plan Steering Committee and be able to draw on the resources from the working and advisory groups. And those groups can provide research and input to both the steering and the Stakeholders Committee. And those are built on existing working groups at the Climate Network Lanark. So just shifting gears, just to talk about a few of the programs going on at Lanark County. So the 1 Million Trees program, the goal of this program is to plant 1 million trees in the county over the next 10 years. Trees help store carbon, clean the air, and build healthier ecosystems. And so planting more trees will aid in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So last June, we did have a tree giveaway in partnership with Rideau Valley Conservation Authority. We gave away 1,100 trees, and we're planning 2 more tree giveaways for this year to hopefully get more people planting trees in Lanark County. We also have a local municipal electric vehicle program. This program's objective is to help spread the message of the environmental and economic benefits of electric vehicles. This program supports local municipalities in purchasing 1 electric or hybrid electric vehicle by the end of December of 2022, with a grant matching the available federal government subsidy for that vehicle. Those grants range from $2,500 to $5,000. So the funding for this program is coming from the provincial modernization funding that was set aside for the Climate Action Plan. We are also working on a single-use plastic elimination. Lanark County set a target goal of banning plastic bags and straws by July 1st, 2021. So we're going to be working with businesses to implement these changes, but also bringing awareness to single-use plastic reduction through a campaign and trying to encourage businesses to use alternatives to single-use plastics. So this aligns really well with the federal government ban that was announced. The federal ban is to include bags, straws, stir-sticks, six-pack rings, cutlery, and foodware made from plastic by the end of 2021. And lastly, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our new program, Sustainably.eco, and our partnership with Sustainable Kingston. So this program, it aims to connect conscious businesses and people, both committed to sustainability by promoting sustainable actions and products through their platform. There are 12 badges that each business can apply for to earn recognition for their sustainable actions. And through this program, their carbon footprint is measured annually. So Lanark County has joined as the Strategic Associate Program as a hub organization that encourages membership among local businesses and organizations. So we've provided a bunch of 1-year free memberships to local businesses, but there are more to come. So we're encouraging businesses to reach out to us to find out more information. So just to wrap it all up, I hope that between myself and Sue, you can see some of the benefits of participating in a climate action plan and consider a corporate climate action plan and a little bit of information about what is going on at the county for climate initiatives. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm now going to open it up to our council for any questions and comments. Any questions council have? Claus?
Yes, thanks very much, Michelle. I've heard it before, and it's a very good presentation. And thank you to Susan Brennan. Good to see you again.
Thank you, and you too, Klaus.
Question, Michelle. Tay Valley has developed a climate action plan. Correct? Yeah, sorry. You hear me? Would it be possible for us to get a copy of that as a bit of a guideline?
I believe yeah, go ahead, Sue.
Sorry, I actually included the link in that presentation, Klaus.
Okay,
But I can email it through anyway.
that'd be great.
Okay.
Any other questions, council? Okay, then we're going to move on. I guess a couple of things I'd like to say is that climate change is something that's been, been in the works for a while, but it seems to be building up because whether you talk about FCM or whether you talk about Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and other organizations, that whole issue has moved to the top and become priorities for many organizations. So I'm hoping that we can become a part of it in the future. And also, Susan and to Susan and Michelle, I'm somebody that's fairly passionate about history. So as a historian, I always say I like to celebrate the past, but I like to live today, but I have hope for the future. And when I hear the amount of work that's being done by both of you and your cohorts, you give a lot of hope for the future. So I certainly appreciate that. And we want to thank you for coming and doing the presentation. So I'm going to close off, but I have one last question there, a comment from Klaus.
Yeah, thanks, Reid. So when we get this guideline from Tay Valley and so forth, where are we going to go with this? Are we just taking this as information and thank these ladies for coming, or are we going to do something about this?
I do have a resolution on the agenda that's I'm going to read now, Klaus.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
yeah, so I think you'll see that it'll be to receive this for information, but it will be then up to council to move forward if we wish. And before I read that, I'm going to go to Joanna.
I was just going to say, and maybe Michelle can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in the presentation she said, like, we're going to be receiving these two reports as information, but you can then pass a resolution saying that you want to join the CPC? Yeah, the CPC. And then you start the process. So, whether you want to do a little bit more investigating before we pass that resolution or whether you wanted to do that tonight is certainly up to you. I don't have that resolution written, but we can add that if you wanted to.
I think it would be a good idea to possibly put it on our next meeting, and then we can move forward. But Jeff, I see a question, please. Thanks.
Yeah,
Jeff.
I was going to say, I mean, I think partnering as much with the county is probably our best scenario. I mean, I don't think developing a plan ourselves is something that really is on our staff's time, or also, in our interest. I think it's better to get the county to kind of team up with the county. So I'm game for, we can wait till next meeting or we can pass a resolution tonight. But I mean, we're going to do this regardless, because this is like what Susan said too, as well as everybody's doing it. You got to get on the bus. So, but I think the best thing for us is to get along with the county, and then we can utilize probably Michelle's expertise too, as well, to make sure we're going in the right direction.
So if council's okay with this, if we can maybe just give staff direction to put a resolution together with the proper wording for our next meeting, and then we can address that then.
So
did you want to say something else, Michelle?
Yeah, there is a resolution example from PCP, which is available online, but I can always send a copy of that too.
Okay, thank you.
That would be great.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, then, sorry, Susan, yes?
Just add, I'm certainly available if there's any further queries or anything like that. If staff want to clarify anything, then I'm available.
Yeah, and I can't think of anybody better than yourself, Susan, to help lead this. You know, I know that you came up with so many innovative programs at the Real, working with Real, and it was just spectacular what you've done over the years, I think. So thank you. Jeff?
Just a quick question, maybe for Michelle too as well, is for the developing of this, like, is this something that we're going and having to get, I want to say a contract for, or is this really just kind of like really working with the county and yourself to kind of get that sort of off the ground per se? Like I'm looking sort of like the most cost effective way and best way for us to implement this.
Yes, Michelle?
Yeah, so the plan, the corporate climate action plan would be something that you would have created and you have access to. I don't know if we're going to be signing any kind of agreement, but we will want some kind of participation between the lower tiers and the county. We haven't sorted out the details of how that'll look exactly, but it'll be sort of like an adoption of the Leonard County Climate Action Plan.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
and then thank you, everybody. Yeah, Susan?
Sorry, can I just add, and not to, just to clarify, but so we're working with Michelle and the county too in establishing the steering committee and the stakeholder committees that will advise that, right? And the full expectation is at this point that one of the stakeholder committees will be comprised of someone from each of the lower tiers. So that will be opportunity for the lower tiers to feed in and direct the process, right?
Oh, perfect.
Great. Okay, I do have a motion here. It was moved by Klaus Vandermeer and seconded by Ian Straight that council receive the following report. That's the Climate Action Network, and that the following report be approved, that council receive this report for information. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, then thank you, Susan and Michelle, and we'll look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you, Reeve Dobson.
Okay, we're
Thank
going
you
to
very
move on
much.
then to our
Thanks,
first.
Susan.
Yeah, we're going to move on to our first report. We
Bill?
have no report tonight of the municipal officers. I'm going to go on, but I see Joanna, your hand up.
Bill, sorry, there is a second resolution to.
Oh,
accept
yes,
the
I'm
report.
sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah.
When I was reading the first one, I was thinking there should be a second one, but on the other side of my desk. This motion was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll, that council receive the following report, and that's the Leonard County Climate Action, and that the following report be approved, that council receive this report for information. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, thank you. So moving on, there are no reports of municipal officers, but I do have we're going to move on then to the reports of the committees. And I do have a motion that was moved by Ian Straight and seconded by Klaus Vandermeer, that council approved the minutes of the meeting of Committee of the Whole meeting of January the 19th, 2021, and approve the recommendations contained within. All in favor? Opposed? So sorry, I just need to see everybody's hand, I guess. So
Question.
all in favor first, all in favor? And then opposed?
A question arising.
Yeah,
Reeve?
we're going to go to business arising from these minutes. I'll read this again because this, I think, should be just approving the minutes as they're written. And it reads that council approved the minutes of the meeting of Committee of the Whole meeting of January 19th, 2021. Do we still, this is supposed to be there also, Joanna, I'll ask this question, and approve the recommendations contained within?
That's what the typical wording says. just to get the minutes approved and recommendations approved. But if there's an issue with something within the minutes or the recommendations, then
Yeah, I'm a bit
Amend
puzzled
that.
myself just when I read it, because I thought that in the past, this first resolution was to approve the minutes as they were written of the meeting of
Okay,
January
that's-
19th.
okay, I'll change, can you change that on yours and we'll just approve the minutes as they were written?
Is that okay then? So if that's the way it is for now, then that's how I've read it. All in favor of that? That's opposed? Okay, so then I think because we're just approving the minutes, we do have two people opposing it. I want to be fair to everybody here. And if
I'd like to hear.
somebody is opposing it, if there's something wrong with the minutes, this is the time that we change the minutes. Basically, it's to make any additions or deletions or point out any mistakes or anything that's missing. So, Karen, I'll go to you first.
In the minutes, and maybe it's just because of the wording, but when it deals with the Ellen Maloney report, it says that the committee of the whole directs staff to provide minimal maintenance by snowplow on Ellen Maloney as per road classification. But I thought we were doing minimal maintenance, but it wasn't just limited to snowplowing.
Correct.
So I guess I would say that when we go to business arising from those minutes, then I was also going to bring that up and talk about the resolution that was passed, which I guess I could do now because it goes along exactly with what you're bringing up. And if I could just piggyback on that discussion or that point, Karen, we did pass a resolution, Resolution 5/2021, and we did direct staff to provide minimal maintenance by snow plowing. We have discussed it. We have already discussed it, as you said. When it comes, and yet that was at the committee level. And now we will be moving forward in a few minutes to the bylaw. And I was going to request a change in the wording of the bylaw to address what you're pointing out. And I could suggest that now, but I was going to bring it up in the bylaw before we pass the bylaw.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Jeff.
I'm just gonna say, like, I think Karen and Ian are saying, because I want to hammer this out too as well, because I was going to bring something up about it during the passing of the bylaw, but maybe it's more appropriate to do it now because I would like to discuss about the maintenance on what's really the Class 6C roads. So, yeah, like we can readdress that a little bit because I have some misunderstanding too as well.
So then I think, Jeff, that would be good. And I think what we can do is we will be able to now, but we'll do it after we pass this resolution because that'll come under business arising from those minutes.
Okay.
So I did I did read this motion and I did have 3 hands approve the minutes as they're written. So then that motion is carried. And now I'm going to go directly to any business arising from those minutes. I would bring it up again when we do discuss the bylaw, but I'll just open this up to carry on from your issue there, Karen. In the bylaw, as it was pointed out, we did say that the committee of the whole directed staff to provide required maintenance on El Maloney Road, I would like to see us amend the bylaw when it comes to the bylaw section to read that we direct staff to provide minimal maintenance, including snow removal on El Maloney Road. I can bring that up when we come to the bylaw. So I'm going to go to you, Karen. You had your hand up, and to Jeff, and I think there was just the two there. So Karen?
Well, it had to do with the fact that it said minimal snow plowing, and I thought it was more of the 6B where it was the minimal maintenance, not just
Yeah.
on the snow plowing.
Yeah, and
Because
we
with
have a, sorry, and we do have a bylaw that will have to, that we have also to do with the road classification bylaw.
Okay.
Okay, so Jeff and then Claus.
Thank you, Reeve. I guess my biggest thing is like right now we kind of, I guess, sort of agreed on the snow plowing to be done on El Maloney, which I'm on board with for like where those the big snowfalls. But part of the maintenance bylaw too, as well as talking about our 6C roads, and it's still showing about talking about maintenance or talking about doing certain things, and I don't personally think that should be in there. If we're gonna do snow plow, okay, we're gonna run a snow plow down there to open up the snow. But by talking about and having the like, if the pothole is this big, we're gonna fix it, and all that kind of stuff on those roads is gonna really open up a can of worms that I'm afraid of. And that's the same for Lawrence Street too as well, because they're worded for 6C roads. So those are my two biggest worries. The end of Matheson, I'm not as concerned about because there's a safety reason for that being there for the fire guys in the summertime to go and fill up the tanker truck. We need to make sure that we have that road accessible for the fire department for the safety of our residents. The other two roads, I'd rather have signs up saying like, this is a unmaintained road and use at your own risk. And we eliminate the talking about doing the standards and the gravel on those roads. I'm okay with the snow plowing, but once again, I'm going to go back to putting money into those roads where nobody lives on, to turn around to the other residents in our township and say that's where we're putting maintenance. I really have a hard time with it. And having those minimums, just real quick, having those minimums in there can open a huge can of worms, because if that road is a slush pop, that basically means that we're going to have to do a lot of gravel work in there to fill in those even massive potholes. So anyways, thank you.
So thanks, Jeff. Just a couple of things to clarify now. It was brought up in a prior meeting about a terrible pothole. And I believe that terrible pothole that was talked about is actually past where the turnaround is. And you did mention about, safety and so on. If there happened to be a bad spot occur on the road, then it has to be safe for our snow plowing personnel also. So there may have to be some maintenance done. The other thing I'd like to clarify is, and there is a house on this road. People have lived on this road for years and years and years. People continue to live on this road in a house with hydro. And, people, the family that lived on this road had lived in Montague in the summertime in this house for years and years and years. The person passed away and the estate sold it. And so people do now live in this house in the summer. So I just wanted to be clarified there. And the fact of the matter is that we also, as has been brought up before, that, 20 years ago, Montague Township did give out severances, which obviously was to give to people who may want to build in the future. And it's pretty hard to be giving out severances and not maintaining the road. But I'm going to go, I have a clause and then back to to Karen, but before I do that, I'm going to go to you, Joanna, to keep us on track here.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep you on track. I just, I'm going to suggest something. I know this is kind of, there's definitely two sides to this issue. And I think I put this on the agenda believing that we would have been able to have a conversation to get some legal advice as to, how we should move forward on this. And unfortunately, we did not receive that information yet. I do have, Steve and I both have a meeting this Friday. So I would suggest now, until we get some further information, if you would all be agreeable to maybe defer this, the bylaw until the following meeting, until we get more clarity or information on this. That might be helpful in making a decision.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. Before I'm going to maybe get consensus here from council, but before I do, I'm going to go to Claus and Karen. They had their hands up, so Claus.
Okay, thanks, Reeve. I just want to take us back to what we should really have been discussing, and that was there any mistakes in the minutes? And I think the only issue that was a mistake, and Karen pointed it out, was minimal maintenance by snow plowing. It should be minimal maintenance and snow plowing.
The thing
That's
is,
the way it is.
the thing is, the minutes were written the way it was presented at the meeting. So now we're
Okay.
just moving forward to deal with the business arising from those minutes, and which will lead into bylaws. But if we go along with, if we get consensus regarding Joanna's suggestion, then we can defer this until we do
Okay.
get more legal opinion. Karen?
I was just going to comment back with reference to the 6 Cs that Jeff was making. It's come back to the fact that Ellen Maloney properties were given severances on a maintained road, not unmaintained. That's the difference. So you can't post a sign saying unmaintained when it did stipulate maintained. That's the only thing. But I'd be willing to postpone this until we have further information.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Then I'll start. I've started with you, and I'll go on to everybody else to get consensus here. Claus?
Yes, I would defer.
Okay, Ian?
Yeah, I would like to defer as well.
And Jeff?
Sure.
Okay, so, and myself. So you do have consensus there. Thank you for that, Joanna, and we'll look forward to coming back to the next meeting. Okay, so I think that's all for now. Then on that, we're going to then move on. Was there any other business arising from the minutes? Seeing none, then
No.
we're going on. We have no petitions tonight. And as I said, the first bylaw has to do with the road classification bylaw. I'm going to suggest, it's just a
Defer that.
suggestion, and see how council feels about this. Would we be able to go ahead and pass the road classification bylaw, excluding Ellen Maloney, as we've already asked to wait to defer that specific road for legal action, for legal advice? Joanna?
So I can check into this. I kind of had thought originally that you could do this because that's what I've seen with planning type things like official plans and zoning bylaws. But for a smaller bylaw like this, I don't know if we actually can. I was seeking some guidance on that, but I haven't heard back. So I think it may be better to just defer.
Okay, Jeff?
So just to get, I think we should just defer this, get the information we need, and 2 weeks from now, we can figure out if we can finalize this bylaw. Let's just defer this and move it to 2 weeks from now.
Okay, so
Close that.
we'll get consensus again. So that's from you, Jeff. Claus, okay?
Yes, I would agree to defer.
And Ian?
Yeah. Defer.
And Karen?
Yes, definitely.
And myself. So that's deferred. That whole bylaw 6A is deferred. So I did, I guess I should still read that bylaw and then defer it. Is that correct, Joanna?
That would be good.
So that motion was moved by Jeff Carroll and seconded by Karen Jennings, that bylaw 3811/2021 being a bylaw to classify roads within the municipality be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed and sealed this second day of February 2020. That has been deferred. All in favor of deferring? That's deferred. Thank you. And now I'm going to go to the next bylaw. And that was moved by Claude Vandermeer and seconded by Ian Straight. That bylaw 3812/2021 being a bylaw to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw number 3478-2015 of the Township of Montague for the property located at 4 Wellington Street. Be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed, and sealed this second day of February 2021. Jeff.
I just have a quick question, because in the bylaw, just as a retail use for the accessory, the permitted industrial use shall be permitted within the zone and shall be limited to a maximum floor space of 30 meters square. But in Carl's report, he was talking about the limiting of only being able to sell what's made there, but with being allowed to sell a little bit of others. Are we opening it up where it's just going to allow it to be retail? Is that kind of the way we're going now? The way that that's written?
I believe he was trying to provide some wiggle room to allow a little bit more, be a little bit more lenient in that. Yes.
I think we use the wording to provide the opportunity to sell related accessories.
So is that deeper in that?
I'm not sure if it's in that, but we certainly, that's the terminology that someone used.
That's what I thought we did. That's why, but it's just not written down that way. So that's why I'm kind of curious if
we have
I'm kind of fine with this the way it is, but just as a technical side, that's what we did discuss about that. So if it's not written down that way, then, and the other thing is, like, does that open the door? Because once this is signed in like that, that opens the door for, say he leaves in 5 years from now and there's a different industry in there that's now in place. So, we might want to make sure that it's worded that way so we don't get, if something happens, I hope he's there for the next 20 years or longer. But just so it doesn't create a problem if he leaves and somebody else comes in and says, oh, I can sell whatever I want, because as long as I can put it in my 30 meters square, because that's what the bylaw states.
Yeah. Do we have Carl with us yet? I don't think so, do we?
I just texted him out. He wasn't going to come in until his housing policy, but I just sent him a text message asking him to hop on. So he's coming now.
Okay. And so it's a good point that you're bringing up, Jeff, because we want to make sure that we do this right, but I'm going to go to Ian first.
But does it not say the industrial use part? So it has to be an accessory that is permitted for the industrial use that's there. So whatever that industrial use is, it has to be an accessory of that use, right?
So we have
That's my
Carl.
understanding.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood. That's good.
So Carl, did you hear the previous discussion, what we just had?
I did not, Mr. Reeve, sorry.
Okay. So I'm just going to let Jeff explain. Jeff's bringing up a point, and Jeff, if you can kind of just trace your comments to Carl and he can comment, please.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure, because we talked about the retail space and about allowing it in that industrial, in that, sorry, I just switched there, industrial zone. It's allowing them to sell what they have in their building, but they're able to sell a few other things that are accessories to what they have there. How is that worded in this? Anyways.
Okay, Carl, thanks.
Yes, thank you. So the previous wording I was working with around the time of the public meeting was to accommodate, was to be a little bit more restrictive on that. And in my experience in dealing with zoning bylaws and accessory uses, there's a little bit of an opportunity for some flexibility. So in my view, just the primary use of this accessory of the retail space is to sell what's being produced on site. But in my in my view, the wording of the bylaw would not limit it exclusively to that. And certainly I don't think we would be going visiting the site and inspecting what's being sold there. But in my opinion, the wording that's presented allows establishes the tie-in between the permitted industrial use and what's being sold, but is not worded to be so restrictive as to exclude any other sort of related products. And the same would apply not just for cannabis, but if this was a business selling any other sort of product. Similar to, say, if Tweed were to open up a retail space at that particular location, I wouldn't necessarily expect them to only be selling product that is made at that physical site. I think it's realistic to expect that there's going to be a little bit of flexibility, and I would encourage that.
Yeah, and we just want to make sure that, that, because one of our concerns would be that if they sold and it was a completely different industrial use and product being made, so we just want to make sure that everything is covered properly there. And because we're going to be voting on this bylaw in a minute. So Jeff, back to you.
Yeah, and I guess exactly what Reed Dobson just said, Carl. Like if the business were to change, we don't want whatever that goes in there, and they're selling something totally different, whatever that case may be. I just want to make sure it's worded properly. If you're, I'll lean on you to say, if you think that's worded correctly for if something else were to come up in the future, that this will cover us to be able to make sure that they're selling what they have, but they're able to still sell accessories and that kind of stuff to go along with it. Is there a way to word that in there, or are we comfortable with that?
Have you read the bylaw that we have in front of us, Carol? Because I can read it the way it is right now.
I did. I'm just opening. I'm opening it up right now as we speak. I'll certainly I'll look for I'll take council's direction on this. However, if council would like some language that sort of further emphasizes that point, I'd love to be able to suggest it right away. So I'm seeing a retail use that is accessory to a permitted industrial use shall be permitted within this zone and shall be limited to a maximum floor space of 30 square meters. So that's the wording that council has in front.
Yep.
We're asking your advice. Do you feel that there's anything that is needed in terms of wording to address our concern?
In my opinion, the wording is I would interpret the wording exactly as to accommodate uses that are made or to accommodate products made on site, as well as ancillary uses. And as Councillor Carroll pointed out, if these folks were to move on and somebody else were to move in, then we'd be then the same accessory retail at that square footage would still be permitted. I think so. I'm comfortable with what's being presented. However, there's always the possibility that sometimes somebody in the future may open it up, read it differently. So if council wants, if council would like to sort of reinforce that intent, I can suggest something.
Yeah, well, so if council wishes that, then would you need time to reword this for us? Because we would then have to defer this bylaw until our next meeting, maybe. But I'm just going to read it one more time for council, and then if there's anything, then council can maybe give direction here. That bylaw 3812/2021 being a bylaw to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw number 3478/2015 of the Township of Montague for the property located at 4 Wellington Street. Is council okay with it as it reads, or would you like a little bit stronger wording? Jeff?
I think after this discussion, I think I'm okay with it. I mean, it's always hard. There's always an interpretation there. I don't want to put limitations on them either. So I think I'm okay with it. And you know, and hopefully, yeah.
Okay, Claus, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I'm okay with it too, and I don't think we should be holding this up any longer. He wants to get moving and get his business up and rolling.
Okay, then I'm going to call the vote. It was also to be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed and sealed this second day of February 2021. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And thank you for the extra little bit of help there, Carl.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah.
Okay, then we're going to move on. We have no motions and notices of motions. And we're going to go on to the correspondence. And we're going to, we have several action items that were moved forward. And I'm going to just go back to the beginning here. And the first one is 8E. Who moved 8E forward? Claus, you can speak to it, please. Oh, I
Yeah,
guess we
I
have
just-
Claus. We've got Claus and Jeff. So Claus,
Go ahead, Claus.
go ahead.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I read through this and it's a lengthy whereas discussion on infrastructure funding. And I think we should support the Bracebridge Township, County, whatever, because we're all going to be looking for infrastructure funding down the road very soon here as all of our townships start to progress. So I think we should support this resolution and send our support in for it.
And Jeff, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I mean, I really to say kind of what the same with the clause. I mean, Graydon Smith, who's he's a great mayor down there, and I've heard him speak a few times. He's a good guy. But anyways, but I think that's a big part of it too as well. They talk about like the shovel-ready projects and municipalities that have a good plan in place, and they're looking to do the right thing for their community, and they want to make sure they're not being held up by the grant opportunities that are out there. And the way we're moving forward. In both with our asset management, our buildings, and our recreation, I have a feeling that in the next year, as we're getting there, we're going to have a lot of shovel-ready projects getting prepared, and we want to make sure that there's funding there for it. So yeah, I think that's we're getting really prepared, and we're going to have shovel-ready projects. And this is basically saying, let there be money for those municipalities that are prepared and that have shovel-ready projects.
Okay, thank you. So Claus, would you like to move this motion for
Yes, I
support?
will move the motion that we support this resolution from Bracebridge.
Okay, and Jeff, do you want to second it?
Sure.
Okay, all in favor? And that one is carried then, thank you. And next is 8F.
Wait,
Sorry, Jeff, yep.
I'm just going to say, like, we want to obviously forward that all to the same people that the Bracebridge people did, like and everything else. That's so when if the staff direction, like we're giving it to all of the people that they had sent, or all the groups that they had sent it to as well, right?
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
that's what we do when we just when we pass the resolution to support it as that resolution is written. So yes, thanks, Jeff.
Okay.
Okay,
Is
so
there anyone additional we
8
should send it to?
pardon me.
Sorry, is there anyone, if we would just, whoever-
It should be. I think it should be in that resolution.
yeah, so that's what we send it to, whoever's in the resolution, but if you want it sent to anybody else, just let me know.
Oh yes, okay, Jeff.
Well, I mean, in the resolution, it says where they're sending it to is like local member of parliament MP and their local member of parliament MPP. So obviously sending it to like they've sent it to their local MP and MPP. So we got to make sure that obviously we send it to our MPP and MP. So yeah,
Yeah, section
Okay.
2 deals with that.
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, who brought 8F forward? Karen? Oh yes, it was Karen and Jeff. So Karen.
Yeah, so moving forward for the F as well as H, because both of them are dealing with the insurance rate growth in reference to the fact that the joint and several liability continues to ask property taxpayers to carry the lion's share of a damage award. And I think that we need to support this so that we can try and ease our burden on the insurance costs. And both F and H are similar. It's the same topic, it's just different municipalities. So that's why I had brought both of those forward.
Okay, and Jeff, anything else in?
Ditto.
Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll combine both of those F and H. So Karen, you'd like to move that, please?
Yes, I'll move it.
And
Please.
Jeff, second it?
Sure. Yep.
Okay, so anything else then? All in favor? Or did I see your hand go up first, Ian?
No,
Okay, you were just ready to vote. Okay, all in favor, please? Thank you, that's carried. And this idea about joint and several liability, it's something that we've been fighting. I think it was on an issue when I got on council 15 years ago, and we would bring that up at just about every conference we went to. And we got nowhere for many years, but I think that file has moved forward already, and we're probably making headway. But just to be clear for people that don't understand it, as far as a municipality is concerned, we can be 1% liable, and we could also pay up to, which is what has happened, up to 99% of the liability.
Yep.
So there's a huge risk. So it's an issue that we have to keep fighting for.
Yeah.
And one time I remember when we brought it up at one of the conferences, the Attorney General at the time said, we've talked to the lawyers, and they say that everything is just fine the way it is. Well, guess what? She was a lawyer herself, and they sincerely thought everything was okay, but it's definitely not. So thank you to Jeff and to Karen for bringing it back up again. We're going to go then to 8G. Who moved G forward? Jeff?
I just kind of brought it up because it's one of those things where it's interesting when they talk about photo speed radar. I mean, we're in the country, which is an interesting thing, but I mean, it is that thing about, we have our residents that complain about speed in the road and everything else. And maybe if this was in there, I'm just more of a curiosity sake, get a feeling of what other council members think too as well, where that could be a benefit to help make our roads safer by having those speed radars that are out there, and if and to make our roads safer. I mean, I know some provinces do it. I know I was nailed when I was in Alberta 15 or 10 years ago. I got nailed, and I got home for my trip, and I got a thing in the mail for $100 fine for going too fast on a road. So I mean, it definitely is a benefit if we talk about safety on our roads, but it is a controversial subject when you talk about photo radars. But if there's an appetite for us to support something like that, I mean, I'm curious from council.
I do remember, going door to door in the last election, and I remember going to many houses and asking people what the concerns were and so on. And I can tell you there were more people who had a concern about speeders in Montague than any other issue. Didn't matter about taxes, didn't matter about anything else, but mostly about speeders. And it also didn't matter whether you lived on 15 Highway or Holbrook Road. Everybody talked about the same thing. They have started that in the city of Ottawa, and I think they have about 6 or 7 spots that they have the radar up now, and they're certainly generating a lot of money. One of the cameras generated, this is just one out of 6 or 7 generated, I believe it was a little more than $500,000 in the first month. And the other thing I was going to say was that, like, the only way that we're going to change the attitude of people speeding is to have many, many more OPP out there watching. But that means a lot more money. And that means a lot bigger expense of OPP. If we had photo radar, then we're not going to have as big an issue. The police are not going to have to look after speeding quite as much, and they'll have more time to deal with the things that they should be dealing with, as far as I'm concerned, whether it be break and enter or domestic violence or drug scenes or whatever. So there's a lot of good in this, but Jeff, thanks for bringing it up. And then we'll open it up for council if there's to see if we have support. I do see Ian's hand. Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, I saw the same article that you did, read the other night on the news, and it's definitely attractive when you hear about the dollars that it brings. I think the biggest thing right now is where they can be placed is the whole kind of crux around the whole thing. They have to be in community safety zones or something like that. They're the only spot they're allowed or whatever. But I'm definitely in favor of supporting this and opening it up so that, you know, we can free up some of the complaints and everything else that go along and make sure our township a little bit safer. So
yeah, thank you. And if you remember, I think maybe it was Premier Harris that tried bringing this forward quite a few years ago, and there was a big kerfuffle and everybody was against it because you know, we were you know, delving a little bit too deep on people's rights and stuff. But hey, as long as we're doing this for the right reason, and that being safety of our residents and listening to our residents, because that's what we're doing, because I'm sure that all of you heard the same complaints.
Well,
but then I think we're on the right path. So Ian again, and
just
Jeff.
a follow up to that, Reeve. I think that there's other spots that these camera things can be utilized, and you know, there's certain areas within our township that people dump garbage and everything else that maybe we could start, you know, monitoring some of these things and stop some of this from happening. You know, like the valley at Wood Road, the end of Alan Maloney, all these places where people continue to, you know, dump their garbage and they have to run around and pick stuff up. It'd be great if we had some kind of way of seeing who's doing it and preventing it.
Yeah. So Jeff, I'm going to ask if you, so obviously then Jeff, you'll move this forward?
Yep.
As a motion?
Yep.
For support. And Ian, would you like to second it?
Oh, for sure. 100%.
Okay. So seeing no other comments and questions, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And the last one that we moved forward was Q, 8Q. Who brought it, Karen?
Yes, I did. So just in reference, I don't know whether it's just a little behind the 8 ball, but because the resolution from the United Counties dated January 18th was to allow the small businesses to immediately reopen with the required health guidelines and protocols in place, just to provide support to those small businesses, considering all the big box stores that are being allowed. And it is following health guidelines, et cetera. So it's not like it's just a free for all. So I was looking for support to have that sent off. As I said, I don't know if it's of much use. We're getting close to the 9th anyway, which is going to be the next announcement, but we could still send it off.
Okay. Would we have a seconder for this? Claus? All in favor? That's carried. Okay, thanks, Karen. So it's great to see, you know, these issues being brought forward by the different councillors. I think that just shows that we're all looking at it and reading it and moving things forward that we think should be moved forward. So thank you for that, everybody. Then I'm now going to go to our next, I guess before we recess to go to the committee meeting, I'm going to go to Christy, I think, if you're with us, Christy, and or Joanna, to see if we have any questions from the public.
I don't have any.
Is Christy with us now, or?
Yes, I don't have any questions as well.
Okay, thank you then. I have a motion. Here, was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll, that council recess at 7:24. All in favor? And that is carried. So we're going to recess and then we'll take maybe about a 3-minute break. So Joanna, if you could just mute everybody, I guess, and then for 3 minutes and then bring everybody back in 3 minutes, if that's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you there, Stephen?
No,
Yep.
Steve's not there. Are you there, Bill?
Yeah, I'm there.
Can you see this, Bill?
I do.
You know what? Do you know anything about this?
Is that, yeah, that's probably the one that Reeve Buffin used.
That's right. It was made by Clarence Fitzgerald.
Really, my next door neighbor when I came here in 1967.
That's right.
Clarence
My sister-
Fitzgerald was the person that initiated and did most of the work when it, well, except for the author, when it came to the history of Montague book.
That's right.
That's beautiful.
So I'll bring that into the township when we open up again, the office. But my sister was, as you know, she sold her house and she's moving. She gave that to me on the weekend.
Well, that's neat.
Yeah.
I was going to try to be facetious and wondered if it was a crokinole ballot.
Yeah.
I mean, not crokinole, but I mean croquet.
Okay.
Hey, croquet, yeah.
Okay.
So how old is that little baby I saw handed to you there, Stephen?
Just over 9 months.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, that's pretty
Oh,
awesome.
Joanna?
he or she had to say goodnight to daddy. So
That's it. Yeah.
are we live now yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Okay,
we're live.
then let's see. Do
Okay.
we have everybody? Yep. Okay, then welcome back to everybody to our committee of the whole meeting. And we're just going to go straight into it. We have our first motion. To adopt the first motion. It was moved by Ian Straight and seconded by Claus Vandermeer that the committee of the whole agenda dated February the 2nd, 2020 be approved. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. I'll remind all of council again, if you have any disclosure of interest, you can declare it now or anytime during the meeting. We have no delegations, and we're going to go straight into our very first report of the municipal officers. And that's going to be yours, Stephen. Thank you, Steve. And that's on the garbage tag report. Thanks.
Thanks, Reeve. So yeah, we're on the garbage tags. It's with council deciding to defer garbage tags during January due to COVID and increasing to a limit of 3. Staff kind of felt it was a good time to review the whole overall system on everything that we had going on. So currently we have 90 garbage tags each calendar year. And in addition to each tag is $1 per tag. These tags are picked up in person at the municipal office with approximately 1,589 households. So with that being said, it works out to about, for staff to hand these tags out to each household, it's give or take 5 minutes, works out to 7,945 minutes, 132 hours, and it works out to about 19 staff days dealing with garbage tags. So that being said, that's a pile of time being spent just dealing with tags, which are purchased for around $1,600 for the yearly amount. And this $1,600 is essentially being taken and thrown directly into the garbage because all we're doing is tagging and throwing to waste. Public Works Manager, I met with the Municipal Waste Group, which is all the municipalities throughout Lanark County, and we also receive information from other municipalities outside of Lanark County. And there was a lot of talk on garbage tags, on what they are currently doing and what they're doing with their rates. And with the table 1 attached, it breaks down kind of what everybody's offering, how many free bags, levies, and other options that they present. So as stated, the current average price around Lanark County, using Kemptville and Arnprior into factor as well, is $2.56 per tag. This is This is using similar municipalities that do not have their own dump facilities and are using curbside pickup. So Tay Valley, for example, has the same tag price as Montague, but it doesn't offer curbside pickup. Next thing is essentially by establishing a set number of bags each week that can be set out, residents do not have to worry about coming in and grabbing any of their garbage tags. Especially these days now with COVID, it eliminates exposures and limits the amount of interruptions for staff when they're trying to complete job duties. So my numbers were based on previous 5 months since the new award of the garbage pickup by GIM. So it works out 4 pickups per month. Approximate bags would be 2. That works at 12,000 bags, and you can see at the end it's approximately $1.40 per bag. This is based, it ends up, our average for 5 months is approximately using this would be 20 pounds per bag. I know it is 50 pounds, but the numbers that we've had and are consistent for the 5 months have been only 20. So that being said, these residents are being given 14 with the recommendation to be giving 14 extra bags each calendar year. Noting that it's also that staff was at this meeting, it's important that we promote waste diversion and increase the amount of recycling. So an option in this would be that in 2021, we limit to 2 bags, and moving forward to even limit to 1, which would promote more waste diversion moving forward from there. And then obviously the recommendations moving forward would be eliminate the need for bags to be tagged and increase our additional bags to 250.
That's it, Stephen? Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it up to council. Jeff first.
I think everybody knows my feeling on garbage tags. I think I made it pretty evident. And I think, once again, staff has come back with a report that shows that the benefit of and the time saving and the cost savings of not having garbage tags and going to a system like this is definitely a benefit. And we can reallocate some of those savings, I guess you could say, to as well, to other side of the garbage things, which I'm looking forward to talking about with our large item drop-off day. But anyways, I don't want to ramble too much about this because I really hope we see the cost savings, we see the benefit, we see the ability of not having people needing to come into the office to pick up garbage tags. And like I've always said, it's a cumbersome process for me too as well, because I don't see a need of that. So anyways, I'll let other people talk, and I hope we're on the same track.
Okay, Claus is next.
Yes, thank you, Reeve. First off, Jeff, or Stephen, thanks very much for the report. It's an excellent report. And I do concur with Councillor Carroll. I think it's an excellent idea to go to the 2-bag garbage system. Forget about the tags. There's a huge cost savings in that. So I don't want to repeat what Jeff has just said, but I do concur with that. But I do have a question, Stephen. When you say 2 bags per household and so forth, are you concerned about the size of the garbage bag?
It's not a huge fear at this point, because right now we're charging $1 per garbage bag, and it's really not a size. So it's not a big fear this time. I mean, it's a practice that is adopted by many municipalities throughout Leonard County.
Okay, I'm just thinking like garbage bags, the normal garbage bag is 30 by 38. You can get a garbage bag 30 by 50, and a person can stuff an awful lot in a 35 by 50. So
It's something that could be addressed in the bylaw for sure, if that's a worry. But
well, I think maybe our supplier of picking up the garbage might want to be consulted in that respect.
I think
Thanks.
that's good point, Claus. But I think I think weight is an even bigger issue.
Exactly.
You know, and I think there is a weight that's already written into the bylaw, but we could just double check on that. I'm going to go to Ian next.
So Stephen, thank you very much. And I do agree that I think we need to look at we need to have a whole different pair of glasses on when we're looking at the garbage. I guess my concern is, if you do the very simple math, what's our current tipping fee?
99 for the disposed per tonnage.
Yeah.
$99.
$99. Okay, so if you do the quick math, if you allow an extra 14 bags for every 1,589 households, is that correct? Which
That's
accounts
what the contract states.
Yeah, so that allows 22,246 extra bags above and beyond what we do right now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At $1.40 a bag.
That's approximate costing.
So that's $30-some thousand of an increase is what these 14 bags are looking at to the taxpayer.
That's correct. But currently, right now, we are using 3 bags per household.
But the existing bag, the existing thing is the 90 tickets, right?
That's correct.
So our contracts and everything else are based on 90 tickets. Those are the volumes. That's what we really essentially accounted for. And now we're looking at an increase of $30-some thousand because we want to go to 14 bags. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I'm against this. I just think that we just had a presentation by 2 ladies that talked about environmental stewardship. And instead, I just feel that we're going the wrong way. Most municipalities are pushing towards less spillage or less material going to landfill. And here we are talking about increasing it. We're talking about going from 90 bags upwards of 104. So I'm just wondering if we're going in the wrong direction here. I'm okay for getting rid of the tags, believe me. I understand what you're saying. I just want to think that maybe there's a way that we can tailor this in a different manner so that we're actually trying to drive the everybody to recycle more right off the hop.
Yes, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Straight. I totally agree that we are adding 14 extra bags right now, but we have been current practice last year was using 3 bags. So instead of trying to go straight from 0 to 100, I was trying to bring in a program where we go to 2 bags. It's easier for taxpayers to adjust to that. And then we could move forward with even 1 bag, which would be even better the next year. It's a great suggestion. I totally agree with you for sure.
Just a follow up to that, Reed, that's all right.
Yep.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying too, Steve, and the principle I agree with. I think the only reason why we went to 3 bags was because of the COVID situation, right? And because people were sitting at home, and that's the reason why we went to 3 bags. We didn't want to make people incur any more costs to try and get rid of their garbage. And we all know that if you're at home all day, then you're probably making a little bit more trash than maybe what you do on a regular day-to-day basis when you're at work. Yeah, I'm just not $30,000 is a lot of money. And I know there's $9,000 or $10,000 in staff time there, still, plus 20 potentially. I'm just wondering if it's something that we should not take off the table, but kind of maybe we could rejig just a little bit.
Karen?
So you'll never ever get rid of tags. I mean, as much as you're going to go to bags and then make them buy them, you're still having to deal with tags. How much do we have in stock already? Because we didn't give out in 2020 a lot because we closed by
A lot.
on hand, which would carry over into 1 stock. And you wouldn't be looking at switching this policy until after the fact, not midstream, correct? Because you do have people who did pick up tags. And what about the current tags that people do have? You're not going to have an expiry on those. So I'm just looking for further clarification on those matters.
So it's one of those things that we're midstream into it. It's hard. Obviously, we can't take anything back, but we're trying to move forward with a better procedure. And that's what I'm trying to move forward with. And I feel that obviously we can't do anything. We're not going to change our tags. It's one of those things. There was 20 that have picked up tags currently this year, 20 residents. And we do have quite a large stock of tags in stock.
Now, hopefully, one thing there, as I was going to say, was hopefully over the next few months, if the county gets it passed with the no plastic and no straws and so on, that's going to help the situation. We're going to have somewhat less garbage there. And the other thing that I'm thinking about, like, I 100% concur with your comments, Ian, on the cost here. But I guess what I'm wondering also is that if we could, if this is a way that we could think this out and kind of tie into if we're going to move forward with climate action, with a climate action plan, then I could see how this, some of what we could do now could relate to a climate action plan. And I'm not sure whether there's the two presenters talked about funding and so on, but I'm not sure whether there's funding that could help us or relate to this or not. But I do think that we need to kind of take our time here and sort this out, because I'm also in favor with, I think, everybody as far as this business about the garbage tags. Like it just doesn't seem, none of it seems.
Uh-oh. Did we lose Bill?
I think so.
Can you raise him, Joanne?
I'm just gonna give him a call right now.
Yeah. Call him.
All right, Claude, you're up.
Yeah, just give me a minute here. See what Johanna finds out. He's using his cell phone for the agenda though, eh? Gone now. Joanna, try the house phone number.
Yeah, doing that now, thanks.
Okay. Because he uses his cell phone to read the agenda.
Who do your Leafs play tonight, Jeff?
They don't play until Thursday. For whatever reason, they were off for like 5 days, which is weird in the schedule because everybody's like, the schedule is so tight. So I don't know if this was their sort of COVID sort of relief or not, but I can't remember who they play on Thursday though. If it's Calgary,
Vancouver.
Gotta be a good team. How about your toilet seat? I mean, the Montreal Canadiens.
Oh, come on. Come on, they're playing well.
They are playing well too. They are playing well. Some of those, like Tyler Toffoli, is like, did he even score 6 goals last year? He's already got 6. Like it's anyway, yeah, they're doing really well.
I think he's got 7 now. You know, he scored 1 last night.
Does he? That's crazy.
Yeah,
he's doing well. I know they're really chiming up good. So, and Carey Price is Carey Price. He's the biggest magic 8 ball in that team for sure because he can steal anything.
yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's good. That's been exciting hockey so far, though. So
They're already winning right now, 2-0.
Okay, guys, he's trying to get back on, but for now, Claude, if you want to go ahead and chair.
Okay, well, we'll continue on then. So, any further comments or questions to Stephen in regards to the garbage tag situation before we take consideration? There are 3 options, correct, Stephen? Steve?
Steve?
There are 3 options you presented, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, does anyone have any questions on the options themselves?
Well, I have something else.
Okay, sorry, I was looking at the agenda on the screen here. I presume Jeff was first and then Karen?
Sure.
Jeff?
I just want to kind of hear what obviously the talk has been so far, and I understand where Councilor Straight's coming from, but I think the COVID disaster gave us a good insight when we turned off our garbage tags and just went to 3 garbage bags. We did not see a significant increase in our garbage. We saw a slight increase along with every other municipality because of probably from the working from home, but we did not see a large increase as far as our garbage goes. And the other side, I think I like the idea where Stephen's going, because exactly what he's getting at, where we don't want to go 0 to 60. And like, just like the ladies that presented today, they weren't expecting the change to happen tomorrow. So by going to 2 bags, we're eliminating plastic, I mean, as a country, by the end of this year, which is going to have a reduction of garbage. And then we go into that conversation of now reducing it down to 1 bag to help with that, once again, that cost too as well. The other side is we're not hitting the weight whatsoever with what our current contract is with the 2 garbage bag, 2 tag system. So I think, I mean, I completely understand about the concern of the additional cost. If COVID showed us anything as far as that, it didn't happen. So I think that's a good indication. This was a good test for us to see that. And I think that's why that gave us the data that tells us this is the time to do this move, because it makes sense. The garbage tags are not having an impact. That's why. And then we continue to move on and to continue to push that recycling side of things, because that's where we want to go. Anyway, so I think that makes sense. So.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Are you there, Bill?
Yeah, I'm here now. Thanks, Claus.
Okay.
I don't know what happened. I'm not sure what happened. The internet just went completely blank there. So thank you, Claus, for taking over. And I do see a hand, Karen.
Karen was next.
Yeah, so I do have a question with reference to just dropping what we're currently doing and just starting over. Because as I said, there's some people that got tags, some people that haven't. So you have to finish out your year where the people get their tags, if that's the case, so that you're on the even keel. With reference to the metric tons, though, I mean, Jamie did a report back November 2019, and it showed that our annual tonnage, metric tonnage in 2015 was 806, 2016 was 828, 2017 was 841, 2018 was 813 with the tags in place. So if we're now at the 77.634, that puts us over 900, does it not, for a year, by going with no tags and doing this 3 bags, which we think aren't weighted. But I mean, in some cases, I've seen more than 3, no tags on extras. The garbage guys are still picking it up. Some of the bags are industrial size, not regular size. I don't know. I mean, I definitely want to see us getting down as well, but I think we have some more work to do before we decide on one of the options.
Ian?
Hey, again, with Karen, I averaged it out. I think we're roughly a little better than 800 tons per year. Right now, we're trending to above 930. So there's definitely an uptick in the amount of garbage that's going to that's being used right now. And I agree with Karen in the policing issue, right? Once we open this thing up carte blanche, that there's no tags, there's no nothing, I think we really need to deal with that issue of the contractor picking up more bags than what they're supposed to. And until we can get that under control, we can't really control we have really no idea how much this could cost us at the end of the year. And we have no controls in place to even attempt to control it, to even, have an idea around that. So I think we have a little bit of work to do with the contractor to ensure that, the 2 bag or 3 bag or whatever it is we decide at the end of the day has to be maintained. It has to be followed. And somehow there's got to be a check and balance that we can verify that it is. And then I think we can move forward with the number of bags that we can put out and be relatively confident in what our costs could be at the end of the year. Right now, we're writing a blank check because we have no idea what's going on and we have no controls over it. People can put out 10 bags if they want. If they keep on taking the 10 bags, then it's just a cost on the taxpayer, right? So
we have to also remember that because of our growth spurt that's been happening, we've got a lot more houses have been built in the last year or two compared to a few years ago. So that certainly would account for some of the increase in tonnage. Claus?
Thanks, Reeve. I would definitely concur with Ian straight, is that there's got to be some control. But I do know firsthand from our garbage supplier who picks up, has had an awful tough time trying to live within the regulations, such as picking up bags that are only tagged, or we'll have the same problem if we go to a 2-bag system, because these poor drivers get yelled at, get phone calls, get threatened, and they get to the point and say, I don't want to take this anymore. I'll just pick up whatever there is, tagged or not tagged. I don't agree with that. I do agree with Ian, is that we got to get somehow the contractor to get it under control. And I don't know how you're going to do that, but I do know firsthand that these poor guys picking up the garbage take an awful lot of abuse.
Ian?
I don't want to sweep this under the table. I don't want to say no to this. What I want to say is how do we work with it to revise it so that we have a control at the end of the day, so we have a little bit of an understanding of what our costs might be. That's all.
So Stephen, I'm going to go to you here because we do have a motion that was regarding this, and I'm just wondering, maybe what I'll do is read this and then you can be thinking about it, and we may want to either defer this to bring it back again. I hate deferring it, but again, just like Ian, I certainly don't want to sweep this under the table either. But we need to we need to sort of work on this, I think. But the motion reads that the following be recommended to council, that council direct staff to amend bylaw 23-96 to reflect the recommended changes. So we're talking about the possibility of changes, but I don't think we're right there yet to recommend what those changes might be. So I'm just going to go back to you, Stephen, if we could, if you have any comments about that, or if you think we should just hold off and bring this back to our very next meeting. It's been pointed out that it's not 100% time sensitive yet, but I'll go to you, Stephen, and then to Jeff.
Yeah, I'm all on board to, I guess, provide more data, and I'm all on board to go with 1 bag if that's what's wanted. I think that's great. I was just trying to ease into it, but if that's what council would like, I'm all on board for providing data on that option as well.
And like, if we were going to do something like that, then we would certainly have to present it to the public about why we're doing it and about what they can do to divert waste and so on and so on. Jeff, back to you, and then to Ian.
I think the biggest thing is like we're not reinventing a wheel here. I mean, we're finding what other municipalities are doing and just trying to fix our practice a little bit. And also like and this is the start. So I mean, we're going to start with something like this. I think the recommendation is fantastic. I think it's what we need to do. And then we can keep going with it too as well. But this is where we started. If we just keep deferring it, we're just going to keep talking about the garbage tags. I think this recommendation is fantastic. We start with this recommendation and we continue to move forward. We can make changes. We can address it if we see a humongous uptick. If Stephen comes back and says, holy crap, guys, we just went through like our whole thing with them. But COVID taught us that we're not going to see that huge uptick. So I think this is the right step. And then we continue to move forward. As far as I understand, Karen, Councillor Jennings' point, as far as the garbage tags out there and the even playing field and everything else. I mean, there's going to be tags out there. Some people have a ton of tags. I know people that haven't put on garbage tags on their garbage in years, and they have a stockpile of tags. So I mean, like, and that goes back to exactly what Deputy Reeve Vandermeer said. And back to what Councillor Straight said, where like the tag system's not working. So let's make this change now and continue to make revisions as we go to fix it, because this is not, it's doing nothing right now. So, I mean, we might as well start with something and then continue to move forward.
Yeah, the only thing that I was thinking about there, Jeff, was to see if there was anything that we can do about this cost. But that's the only thing that I was thinking about.
What
that
cost,
was the only
though?
reason.
What cost?
Well, which is what Ian, you were pointing out. Anyways, I did see two more hands up, Ian, and then to you, Karen. So Ian.
The biggest thing that we need to get under control is the policing of it. We have to get the garbage contractor under control to ensure that they only pick up the 2 bags. I'm pretty sure that once you get that portion of it under control, then you probably won't see, Councillor Carroll's probably right. You probably, once you see that, you probably won't have this spike in waste or this increase in waste weight. But until you do that, you will, because people are, just as Councillor Carroll alluded, they have been putting tags on bags for years. So there's people that are out there that are continually putting out 4 and 5 bags every week, and we're picking them up. And until we get that under control, we are not going to change anything. And we're not controlling our costs, which is something that we need to do.
Yeah.
Okay, Wendy, and back to Jeff. Sorry, Karen?
Wendy?
No, I saw, yeah. Karen?
And that's the thing is, so I mean, if you go to 1 bag and then you're going to make them buy that extra tag, you're still going to have them coming into the office. And when you look at Carleton Place, for example, who have gone to the 1 bag and then they make them buy the tag, it hasn't stopped the people from coming to the office. They even offer it through Shoppers Drug Mart just to try and keep the flow down, because 1 bag isn't getting enough when you've got families. So the tags aren't going to disappear. And that's the thing. There are no free tags. You have 1 bag and then you buy tags. And if that's what we go to, then you're going to have more people trying to get tags through hours that don't work for the rest of us that work either. So there's other options got to be looked at.
Okay, Jeff?
I think on the last point, that's a great one. Like it's already tough for a lot of people to get in there to get their tags to begin with, which is a great point. And the other, I mean, I think it's a lot easier for the contractor to go by and see 2 bags instead of sometimes like to search and see if there's a sticker on it or someone ripped it in half. But I'm pretty sure they can count to 2 and they can say, yeah, there's 2 bags. I see the 2 bags. I'll grab the 2 bags. And then we can definitely make sure that we have that discussion with them to do that. And I think with some of our our waste reduction strategies that are being put forth too as well, we're going to start seeing more waste reductions as well. So I think that's another sort of advantage side of it, I guess you could say, that we should be able to see that. And I think there's a counter to that too as well. I mean, I think of a lot of people that they don't put garbage tags on it too as well, but they only put out 1 because they're just the 2 of them. So I think I think that's why we sometimes see an average out there, because there's lots of people that only put out 1 garbage bag or a half a garbage bag. And then you do have those ones that we have to crack down to put out the 3 or 4. But I mean, I'm all for going after that, but I don't think we're going to see a huge flow of people of the size of our municipality going into the office to get those tags for those extra ones. But I mean,
well,
we don't know until we try. I mean, and I think right now it doesn't work. So let's change it and work with something. And then if we have to change it again, we change it again.
Okay, Ian, did you have your hand up first? Yeah, Ian, and then Karen.
I did read. I guess the thing that we always have to remember too is that, the contractor who picks it up, who gets paid by the ton, there's always an incentive to pick up more, right? So you make money. They're in business to make money too, right? So I think that, for me, I'd like to defer this and let Stephen come up with a way for me personally to be able to police a situation or get it a little bit better under control. And I think that if we can come up with a system to do that, then I'm all in favor of going to 2 bags per week. No problems whatsoever. I'll go for it all day long without any garbage tags. But I want to see a policing system installed first before I agree to it.
Okay, Karen and Jeff.
So there are other municipalities that have done policing through their contractor. And they got to the point where it was, they said to the contractor, there's the limit. And the contractor started putting tags on the additional bags, saying that if you're putting out more than what the limit is, you had to buy tags. And that's how it started being left. So there is a way to police it. And yes, there was quite an uproar at first, but then the people did get to understand how much they were allowed to put out. If they didn't have it, then they bought their tag. So there are ways to police it, but I can say that when we've gone for the 3-bag limit, I have seen in excess 5 bags at numerous places on my travels that had no tags whatsoever. And they were industrial size bags, not regular household bags. So there has been increased tonnage.
Okay, so I think this is the first of many reports tonight. And then we still have a further meeting after this committee meeting. So I'm going to try to close this discussion off, but before I did that, I always like to take the last hands. And so, Jeff, I did see your hand, and I did see your hand, Stephen. So, Jeff, do you have anything further to add? Because I suspect that I would like to suggest that we go along with your suggestion to defer this until maybe the next meeting. But Jeff, do you have anything last to say?
The problem I have with deferring it is that we've hit a point now where we have our best option in front of us. We can continue to talk about that, and I understand where Councillor Straight's coming from. That's a pretty illustrious and big goal. It might be attainable, but like, we're going to be years and still having garbage tags. So why not go to the 2 garbage bags, and then do exactly what Councillor Jennings is saying, is go into that hardcore or harder, more policing, if that's what we want to do. If we want to do that to our residents, we can do that. But go to that and then start from that 2-bag limit, and then police it from there. Because if we're going to go crazy and we're going to try to go policing to the stickers and then switch it to a garbage bag, to me that looks like at that point that we don't know what we're doing, because we went to the tags, we're policing it like hard, and now we're going to switch to the 2-bag system. We're going to get rid of the tags. Well, why did you push so hard to have the tags if you just want to get rid of them? So why not get rid of the tags and then do the policing? Because doing it the other way, I think, makes us look like we're working backwards, and we're not doing it the right way. So I think we need to make the change and then police it if that's what we're going to do.
Okay, so the last word I'll give to you, Stephen.
Yes, so along the lines of what Councillor Jennings said, our contractor did advise me he did purchase some tags similar to other municipalities for tagging bags in excess. His only problem lately has just been the back and forth, and it's when does he tag, what's going on. So I think we need to get a fine line, and I will have this conversation with our contractor about what we want to see, and I will keep following up to ensure that this is being followed. If that's me going out on the road behind this and, in my own vehicle and making sure and doing random audits to check to see what they're doing, I will certainly do that. But it is a start.
Okay, so I do have a motion here, but I'm going to go back to Ian, to your suggestion. We'll see if we have any consensus to defer this, and otherwise then we'll go to the motion. So Ian, you have said yes to deferring it.
Yep.
And Jeff, you have said no to deferring it.
Do this.
And so I'm going to go around the table here like we do normally. And Claus, I'm going to put you on the spot first.
Thanks. No,
it's just a matter of whether we're going to defer this or not right now.
Yeah, no, back to my comment before, where the people that pick up the garbage having a hard time, abiding by the rules that we make. And Ian's right, we got to set some hard, fast rules. So I'd like to see us defer, with the understanding that we come up with some rules as to how we make sure the contractor does exactly what we want to do. And that's pick up just 2 garbage bags per location.
Okay, Karen?
I want to defer it as well.
Pardon me?
I do want to defer it as well.
Okay, so then we do have consensus to defer this, hopefully until only the next meeting. Stephen?
So with the deferral, I'm just curious as to where we are with garbage tags and for residents' information with what we're currently going to be posting.
Sorry?
Yeah, Stephen is just asking then, what do we put out there in front of the public as to what are we doing now at the moment regarding
I believe it was February 1st that we extended it to, was it not?
March.
For no tags. Or
No.
okay, sorry, Mike.
It was March 1st, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
So then we have time to deal with this at the next meeting. Right? Jeff?
So what are we directing Stephen to do now? Because he's given us something great. We're directing him to do what? To bring back a policing strategy?
I think that maybe Steve, did you, I think one of the things was that possibly you were going to be talking to the contractor.
Yeah, so the contractor already has these stickers in place. So what I could do is have a conversation about more stringent policing, I suppose. That's something I can do.
Well, we've already got consensus to defer this, hopefully, as I said, till the next meeting. We don't want to drag this on, but this is the first full report that has come back to us, even though we've touched on garbage tags. It is the first real good discussion we've had. So we've got consensus to defer this till the next meeting again, as I said, I hope, but I do want to read this motion and then it'll be deferred, I believe. It was moved by Jeff Carroll and seconded by Karen Jennings that the committee of the whole receive the garbage tag report and that the following be recommended to council, that council direct staff to amend bylaw 23-23-96 to reflect the recommended changes. So this, at the moment, this resolution has been deferred and we'll look forward to it coming back to our next meeting. So thank you, everybody, on that. I'm going to move on to the next report, and that's going to be our planner, Carl, for the housing policy.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Excellent. So I'm going to have to pass on regrets from Forbes Simon. We'd invited him to join us as well, since some of the policy discussions here also ties into the broader official plan update that, of course, we're working on with Forbes. So I think the OP review is looking at housing on a very macro level, and this particular policy is looking at a very specific subset of that on a much more detailed. And also, I know Forbes is looking for council's direction on policies, on a number of policies, including related to mobile homes, for instance. So I'll go through. So this report is to summarize the public meeting and some of the conversation that arose from the public meeting back in December when we considered the OP update and the zoning review for housing. We did not get members of the public participating in the public meeting itself. However, we have, of course, heard some feedback over the course of the process from the community, and we appreciate that. We had a great discussion around the council table, certainly in terms of what was being proposed, and I'm recommending the council goes forward with the OP and zoning updates. There are a number of changes to or modifications to the proposed policy from what we looked at in December, and I'm just going to quickly go over them. I'm not proposing to update amend the OPA wording. That's pretty basic. I am proposing that we amend the definition for secondary dwelling unit. So a secondary dwelling unit in the bylaw here is a unit within an existing house. So the previous wording, and you'll see we have the track changes in the accompanying report that associated that came along with the report, and that's what I'm reading for. The previous definition was that had the sharing at least two of the following with the principal dwelling unit was fairly prescriptive. It's something that I'm used to in working with other zoning bylaws. However, we heard loud and clear from the community as well that we want the preferences, the policies to be less prescriptive and more flexible. And I'd also discussed the implementation with our chief building official, who also feels that that the proposed wording that we now have is easier to administer from the perspective of constructing a continuous fire separation. So we're proposing to modify the wording to simply state that a secondary dwelling unit is a separate, permanent, self-contained unit which is subordinate in size and located in the same building as the principal dwelling unit of a single detached, semi-detached or townhouse dwelling. Its creation does not result in the creation of a semi-detached or duplex dwelling. So we're also proposing a modification to the definition of a second dwelling, which is a detached dwelling on its own. So the modification proposed that favors modular homes which are built under controlled conditions in factories and assembled on foundations on a site. And while they can resemble manufactured or mobile homes, they would be built according to Ontario Building Code standards and have a longer life expectancy. And this is a policy approach that's consistent with the other municipal zoning bylaws I've worked with. So through the official plan review, our consultant planner supported a general policy approach as a modular home holds its value as a conventional stick-built house, and is a good investment for those seeking affordable housing. It is as it does not depreciate. So we are seeking council's, that was flagged for attention from council. So we are seeking council's direction on that particular item. I'll go now into the proposal for the general provisions, the amendment to section 3.16, the parking requirements. So that's just a little technical modification to better align us with the proposed with the Planning Act requirements of allowing tandem parking. That doesn't have a whole lot of practical effect, but it is a technical item that we've included in there. To section 3.19, the secondary dwelling unit or second dwelling shall comply with the provisions of the Building Code Act. I'm not proposing any change there, but I am just advising that the minimum dwelling size requirements under the code do vary based on orientation and configuration of the amenities and rooms with the dwelling. And they can be so these dwellings, coach houses, tiny homes, whatever you call them, can be very small. And I think a challenge I had, and probably planners across the board, when people were asking us about tiny homes, and we'd ask our chief building official, so how small will the building code allow you to build? And there's no easy answer to that. It depends on a whole bunch of variables. So that's why, and it depends on the type of home. Further down that page, additional provisions for second dwellings. I'm proposing a very small amendment there. Just we know that an accessory building may be constructed as a second dwelling, provided it complies with all applicable zoning provisions for the principal dwelling. And I've just highlighted excluding dwelling unit size. That doesn't change the practical effect of what we've been talking about, but the above provision allows a secondary dwelling to be an accessory building to be a lot smaller than the original and as small as the code will allow it. So that just confirms that intent. The second last bullet point there, a second dwelling shall comply with the height limits for an accessory building, except where the second dwelling is located in a settlement area. And I've also added when a lot is less than 0.2 hectares or half an acre in size, in which case it would be limited to a height of 1 story. So on a larger lot, we feel that there'd be less of a need for those more restrictive provisions. That was in response to a comment from Councillor Carroll, and a very valid point. The final proposed modification is relating to servicing. So the direction we've had from council previously is that you wanted to see the second dwelling be located close enough to the main building so that it's really clearly and truly accessory. So then we were looking at how close is too close, and we threw 30 meters down as a number, but that's a bit of an arbitrary number and also a fairly low number. So what we're proposing instead of that particular number is just state that a second dwelling shall share the driveway entrance to the lot with the principal dwelling and share connection to the same water supply and/or, so one of or both of the septic system as the principal. It doesn't have to be both, but it needs to be one. So those, other than that, the policy is exactly as presented previously. It has been reviewed with Forbes, who's working on the official plan policies, and has his support as well. So I think with that, I will pause, and I think I'll just state too, I appreciate, this process has been a long journey. We've bounced a lot of wording back and forth. We've made some changes. There's been a lot of feedback, and I think the discussion here really shows the importance of the subject we're dealing with, and the council's and the community's engagement in it. This is your policy, and ultimately we want you as council to be comfortable with what you're going for. So I appreciate all of that. At this point, we have fulfilled our Planning Act requirements to adopt the wording. So with council's direction, we can prepare bylaws for adoption at the next available opportunity. Just as a matter of housekeeping, the official plan amendment, this official plan amendment can technically happen before the main one that's coming, but ultimately Lanark County would be the approval authority for that. So that would need to come into effect before the zoning can come into effect, but they can happen basically in immediate sequence there. So I think I'll pause there and look for any feedback from council. Thank you.
Okay, first Ian and then Karen.
So Carl, essentially what we've done is we pulled out the mobile home thing altogether. Am I understanding this correctly?
So
yes, go ahead, Carl. Thanks.
The proposed wording, mobile homes are currently in the zoning bylaw. They're currently permitted within a mobile home park, and also as temporary accommodation when somebody is looking to when somebody is building a house, for instance, and they need somewhere to stay for a while. So essentially, this is reverting to the status quo in zoning. That's the approach that's being recommended.
So I guess my follow-up, Reeve, if that's all right.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is we're all about promoting tiny homes and this and that and everything else. So somebody can roll into a property with a tiny home on a trailer and leave it there for as long as they want, and there's no repercussions for that. But somebody that has a mobile home can't park their mobile home there, or even if it was allowed to be on a foundation or something like that. It's a little bit, do you understand where I'm coming from there? It's a little bit, somebody can come in with a portable house, a tiny home, what they call a tiny home, and allow that to be hooked up beside their house. But the person that has a mobile home can't. I'm just trying to understand the rationale behind that.
So did you want to comment on that first, Carl? I totally concur with what you're saying there, Ian. I think one of the things that's been mentioned in some of our meetings is that the feeling that a mobile home deteriorates after it's put on site. But, we do have property standards in Montague, and surely that could be dealt with. But I'm in favor of this official plan and all the changes that we're making, but I certainly have a big concern about not including mobile homes. There can be some pretty nice ones, and we don't have a mobile home. We don't have a mobile home area right now anyways. So we don't have to worry about that. And so basically the way it stands right now, even if you have a high-end mobile home, and even if we said you have to put it on a permanent location, permanent foundation, you can't have one. That's basically what we're saying. But I'm going to go to you, Ian, and then anybody else. Sorry, I guess you're finished, Ian, maybe for now, but Karen was next.
And mobile homes was the one that I was bringing up as well, because I did discuss that when we were going through things originally. I mean, the people that came out to our meeting that was held in the council chambers. I mean, that was one of the items that they addressed as well for affordable. And I mean, I know that we're talking about a second dwelling so that you know, you can have that family still close by or whatever. And I mean, are we looking at that tiny home in some cases, yes, being there 20, 30 years? Because that's what they're trying to tell us is the lifespan of a trailer, mobile home. But I mean, there's some of them that have been around a lot longer. They've been fixed up nicely in the last few years as well. But I do have a problem because it is an affordable means for a family to keep family on the property. And as Ian says, then about the tiny homes, I mean, if you can bring a trailer in on a tiny home and not have to have it on a foundation, then I'm not sure why we're restricting the mobile homes.
The thing is, like, we're talking about mobile homes, but then what about trailers? Like house trailers? What are we going to do about house trailers? Because again, I guess the question I would have, if we're going to allow a tiny home as an accessory dwelling, which I don't have a problem with, then what happens to the people that may want to use a house trailer on a trailer on wheels, basically, for the same thing?
Mhm, mhm. Is Bill frozen again?
No, I'm not sure.
Oh,
I don't think anybody's frozen. I think everybody's just thinking
everybody
about
took a
this.
pause.
Still.
But I'm not seeing other hands go up. So I do, maybe Carl, if you wanted to respond, and then I'll go to you, Carl, Claus.
Just a quick response. I wasn't frozen either. I was actually having a closer look at some of the wording we have here so that I can offer a better response. So I'll let the conversation back unfold, but I was just reviewing.
Okay, Claus.
If someone rolls in with a tiny home, is it not required that has to go on a foundation and be hooked up to a septic system? It can't just be sitting there on wheels. Correct, Carl?
Yeah. So.
Yes, Carl.
Yeah. So the wording we have here, and I may actually I may defer that to Joanna as well, who's had more detailed experience working with building code standards. Means an accessory building constructed to Ontario Building Code standards. So a mobile home, for instance, is not constructed to Ontario Building Code standards, is constructed to CSA standards, so a different certification. If council wants to see that a second dwelling be attached or confirm that a second dwelling, be it including a mobile home or not including a mobile home or anything else, is attached to the foundation, if council would like to ensure that a second dwelling is constructed and attached to a foundation, that is certainly wording that we can implement through the zoning policy. And I'll look to Joanna if she has anything to add with respect to what how the code would speak to that.
You're sending me years back, so I don't know if anything's been updated since, but I believe that's true, that a mobile home is under a different set of standards. I believe also the concern with mobile, and also I think tiny homes is that they're not always necessarily able to meet code in terms of either size restrictions or other items, snow load or things like that. There are some maybe I know they're working on it. There are some perhaps that have been done that do work, but they're few and far between. I know they for sure can cause some zoning issues and should be looked at on a site-by-site basis. But I think that the key here, I think Claus sort of said it, like with a tiny home, if it comes in on a trailer, it should be attached to a foundation. Essentially, the purpose is to not have it be mobile, i.e. on wheels, right? It needs to be on a foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And if that can be accomplished, then, I mean, I defer to Carl here, but that may not be as big an issue. We want it attached to a foundation and attached to a septic or well, and to be able to meet the building code. Now, I also know, I don't know, I believe there's something in the building code that allows for, trying to think of the appropriate word here, but sort of given certain circumstances, if you are able to provide other adaptations to something, then you may be able to get a building permit, like appropriate adaptations. Yeah, I'll leave it at that because I think I'm getting into a gray area I'm not entirely sure of.
So, like, Carl, I guess back to you then. I think I might have seen another hand. Ian, did you put your hand up a few minutes ago? I think so.
Yeah, thank you very much, Reed. I think the thing for me is there a general consensus here that we want to allow mobile homes in the township? That's what we need to figure out. It sounds like there might be. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have any problem with a mobile home, but I'd like to see it on a permanent foundation.
Well, maybe what I'll do to try to advance this discussion a little bit, Ian, I'm going to just go around the table. It seems to help when we go around the table and we get some sort of consensus here, which gives some direction to Carl for his good work for us. But I'll go around the table here and ask if there is consensus for allowing mobile homes in Montague, as long as they're permanently attached to a foundation and hooked up to the services that are already there. So you've said yes. I'm going to go around the table here. Jeff, you're next on the list here, or on the screen to the right of Ian. So Jeff?
We'll allow them, but they have to still invest the money into being hooked up to the well and septic and everything else. And then are we putting it up on blocks?
No,
Sorry, Ian?
I would call a permanent foundation. Blocks, I think, can be a little wishy-washy.
Okay, so it's still it's still on a permanent foundation. So you're going to lift it up off the wheels and put it onto a permanent foundation?
Yes.
That's the.
Is there a way that I'm just wondering if there's a way that we could word this so that it could be placed to become immobile. I'm not sure. I'm just wondering if there's a way, like if somebody comes in with a mobile home and they raise it up on a foundation that makes it immobile, that it cannot be moved, then is there a way that we can word that? Rather than getting into the specifics of telling them exactly how the foundation has to be built. Carol, could you comment on that, please?
Yes, the answer, Reeve, is yes. I've seen similar wording, so I think I will look for. I think the discussion I'm hearing from around the council table is the question is, are we okay with accommodating a mobile home as currently defined on as a second dwelling, so long as it is constructed on a permanent foundation? If the direction of council is yes, then I will come back with wording at the next meeting to adopt if that's what council wants to see. But yes, we can work on that language there.
Okay, before I go further around the table, I'll go to, so I have to come back to you, Jeff, but I do want to go to Joanna. She has a comment.
I just want to be sure, Carl, that we speak to Jim too about the building code versus the CSA, because I'm not 100% confident on that. So we should just check with him in terms of building permit stuff as well.
Yes, the understanding I have in talking to Jim is that it is not, the mobile homes are not regulated through the building code. They are regulated through that different mechanism. So a mobile home in a mobile home park would still require a building permit, but it would be looked at. It would be looked at a different way. But we can certainly have that conversation with Jim.
Okay, so Jeff, I would just want to make sure that you're okay with this so far.
Just a little bit. I just want to fire one question out, Carl. When I think of like something like this, it's almost like, what about a shipping container? Because people take shipping containers and they make them into homes. That's like literally the same thing. So like, are we okay with shipping containers being homes too as well? Because that's really what we're kind of going towards. The other side of it, like, is, I mean, I guess I'm kind of okay with this. If you want to invest in a depreciating valued item and put it on and spend the money to put a septic and a well in and all that kind of stuff, I mean, that's not a great financial move. If that's what you want to do, and these are the restrictions we want to put in there. I mean, it makes more sense to put an appreciating valued item there. But if we could give the people that choice if they want to make that financial decision. But back to my shipping container thing. So is that okay too as well?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's a loaded.
It was supposed to be a quick question, not a long question. Sorry.
But I mean, so far, like we may be adding the wording mobile home. We've added the tiny houses and so on, but we definitely have not added containers for homes, for accessory homes. We have not added that. Joanna?
I think you'll find that a shipping container is in the same category and should probably be considered. They do require a building permit, but given the appropriate circumstances, they can be turned into a home.
We go back to that question then, Jeff. Are we then? If
I'm
we
good
move this
for it.
forward,
If you want to make, sorry, Reeve, yeah, sorry. I'm good for it. You want to make a decision and put that depreciating value item there and hook it up to a well and septic, rock and roll. But we put the provisions in place to do that. It's not that maybe like, but who are we to tell people what's a good financial decision or not? So I mean, like if we're putting those stipulations in, then I'm okay with it.
Okay, so Claus, I got you next.
Thanks, Reeve. The mobile home thing, I think I indicated that before. I'm a lot in favor of mobile homes. Logistically, how are you going to get this mobile home up onto a foundation? How are you going to remove the wheels out from underneath it and that? And on Councillor Carroll's point of view, that it's a depreciating item that in 20 years' time, it has depreciated. They say, well, we don't need it anymore. It just sits there and becomes a derelict ornament on somebody's property.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'm not in favor of having mobile homes as a secondary dwelling. And only from the point of view logistically, how are you going to get it on there and depreciation value? Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. We're just trying to get some kind of consensus here. I've got Ian and Jeff and yourself, Claus. I'm going to go to you, Karen.
I'd like to see mobile homes included, but I mean, it's the same as a tiny home that comes in on wheels. It has to go onto a foundation. So there's no difference there. I mean, one's made of metal or some wood or whatever it is they're putting it together. And some of the tiny homes are wood. But I mean, yes, I have seen on the internet, definitely not here, but of the shipping containers that have been transformed over into tiny homes. And I mean, they've come out quite lovely. I mean, I don't know how long they're supposed to last or anything else, but again, who are we to say what people are going to live in an accessory dwelling on their property and for how long? Maybe they're not planning on having, their parents in it longer than, 20 years or whatever. And then they are looking at having it moved off. It's only to accommodate the current generation. We don't know.
So, yes, as you said, Karen, what is the difference between the tiny home and the mobile home? But I also want to comment. I'm not trying to be facetious here, but there's always the possibility, and it does happen, that people put up a home and they don't look after it, and it starts to deteriorate right away.
Yeah.
And that happens as we speak in Montague Township.
Mhm.
And but as I said earlier, we have a property standards bylaw in place, and that's why we have a property standards committee and people and staff that look after that. But so I have gone around the table here, Carl, and we do have consensus to move forward with allowing mobile homes in Montague, as long as they're hooked up to the service. And I guess you will bring back the proper wording regarding it being immobile. And so we do have consensus for that. So do you want to speak anything else then on this? Because we do
Yes.
have a bylaw here. I mean, we do have a motion that I'd like to get onto.
Yeah, so yes, I will work on some wording. Well, Joanna and I will review it with the chief building official for to make sure it's we'll review the draft wording with the chief building official, and unless there's some real reason we can't do that through zoning, then we'll present that bylaw for council at the next meeting.
Okay, and I just have one, I actually was only going to bring up one comment myself, but, and I had mentioned it before. I just want to make sure of this, that I understand where we're at. I did one time bring up the issue of off-grid. And we talked about a setback, and you mentioned 30, possibly 30 meters being maybe pretty low. I think people who have mentioned off-grid secondary residences in the past, their idea is to be not just off-grid, but to be a little bit isolated from the road or from other buildings and from other homes or whatever. And so it is still like, I'm just not exactly clear where we might be at with off-grid, because there's off-grid people that want to be able to, they look after their own, their own energy and so on. Anyways, I just wanted to mention that. So is that something that we need to, are we all okay with where it stands right now, or what? Because like I said, somebody that wants to do off-grid, most people that want to do off-grid, they don't want to be 30 feet from another house. That's just a question for anybody that might want to speak to it, or you, Carl.
So the language that's presented here requires connection with either a well or septic system with the main building. We've removed the proposed 30-meter separation distance, so it can be much bigger than that. But the wording but that intent that we've been the intent that we've been looking at over the last little while to keep the two dwellings close together would not probably allow a true off-grid circumstance unless we were to approve, say, a site-specific variance or zoning amendment. So I think if council would like to investigate having sort of allowing that more isolated option, then we'll take the direction on that. But certainly the way that the policy is worded now would not allow for that isolated isolated second dwelling. But I will. I'll take council's direction on how you want to see that worded, or if you want to change the approach that we're working with.
Yeah, I don't necessarily. I'm okay with it the way it is, as long as if it ever becomes an issue, as long as that person would be able to deal with it with a site variance. I know that we certainly allow primary residences off-grid. That's a completely different thing. They can be a half a mile back, which in some cases they are in Montague Township. They have their own well, they have their own, maybe solar. So they have their own services. So there's no problem there. But I was more concerned about the secondary accessory dwelling as an off-grid. And but if it can be dealt with a site variance, then I'm okay with it. Yes, Carl?
Yes, and any of these policies can be varied by a site-specific application, and there's always that option in zoning, and I can't really speculate on in detail on a proposal I haven't seen yet, but hypothetically, if somebody were to come to me who has 300 acres, has a house and is applying for a variance to accommodate an off-grid second dwelling further back on the property, and there's no real reason why we can't accommodate it, chances are I'm probably going to be recommending to the Committee of Adjustment that the variance be approved. But there is that ultimately a variance is still a process that somebody needs to follow. There's still that public consultation, but any of these policies here, like anything else in the zoning bylaw, there is always an opportunity for a variance to address site-specific unique circumstances that can come up any time.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to move on here, but again, I did see your hand first, Jeff.
Oh, yeah, I want to go back to sort of the distance and everything else too as well, and exactly what I mean. We can always make those exceptions when they make sense. I'm not a big fan of it saying connecting. They must be connected to the well or the septic. I mean, all of us who live in the country who are on wells, and you know what your water pressure is like. If you're trying to imagine that you're taking a shower in your house, and then the other guy or the other person's living in the other house is trying to take a shower, and someone flushes the toilet, you're gonna have no water. I mean, we don't live in it's not the city, so I mean it's a little tricky to try to share a well, and the other side of it to try to share a septic. I mean, as soon as you build another house, I mean, you're not going to be able to attach the existing septic, so you're going to have to build then a brand new big septic. I mean, I like the idea that there's a separation of the 30 meters. I mean, it's a kind of a notorious number or whatever, but then we can work from that. So if someone says, but I want to put it 50 meters away, and Carl looks at that and he goes, that fits into, makes sense. That makes sense. I'll make a recommendation. And I'd like to think that the council will go along with something that makes sense. So, I mean, I like the distance thing because I think and then play with that after if there's those things that come up. Same to Reeve Dobson's point too as well. Like then we can make it for the off-site off-grid items too as well. So I mean, anyway, so I like the number better than trying to share the services.
And just to let everybody know, when we first started talking about accessory dwellings, probably many months ago, I did have at least one person talk to me about this. I have not heard from the person since, but I'm just saying that it could come up. And if he does talk to me again about it, then obviously it's what we've just said, that we as a council or future councils would be reasonable, and they can entertain the idea of a site variance like anybody else can. With other policies, we do the same thing. So I think it's okay. I'm fine with it the way it is.
A very big one-off what you're talking about. So I mean, I think that's exactly it. So
yeah. Okay, then thanks for this discussion, everybody, and Carl for your work on it so far. I know you've done a lot of work, and it's very good. So I just have a motion here. I'll read it. Moved by Klaus Vandermeer, and so yes, Carl.
Sorry, Mr. Reeve, could I just confirm council's direction on the separation, whether we're going to go with the servicing or whether we're going to go with the distance? And if it's the distance, it doesn't have to be 30 meters. It can be a different distance.
Okay, open up to council again. We just need to make sure that Carl has the direction here. Jeff?
super fast. I'm good for the 30 meters and splitting it up. If you want to share a service, rock and roll, and if health allows you to do that, but I'd rather have the 30 and then let's make it, and then we can make variances if it makes sense to go further away.
Okay, do you need consensus then, Carl?
I think a direction, just direction from council so that I can finalize the wording so that we can bring it back.
Okay. Okay, then thanks. So I'll just carry on from Jeff. Jeff, you were saying yes to the setback as it is. And Klaus, I'll go to you.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Ian?
I'm fine with that.
And Karen?
Sure.
Okay. See how easy going we are?
Yeah, we're not done yet.
Sometimes.
We're not done yet.
Okay, so this motion was moved by Klaus Vandermeer and seconded by Ian Straight that the Committee of the Whole receive the Housing Policy Report and that the following be recommended to Council. That staff be directed to draft official plan and zoning bylaw amendments to accommodate increased residential housing options within the township, further to comments received at the public meeting. Seeing no hands, all in favor? That opposed? Okay, this is carried. Thank you. Moving on, we have the next report, and that is yours, Stephen, on the large item drop-off day.
Thanks, Reeve.
Thanks, Carl.
Thanks, Carl.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Good luck with your Leafs there, Carl. I know they're on top, but they may not be forever.
Yeah, whoa.
They absolutely will be.
Sorry, Steve.
Montreal's only lost one game.
Sorry to start that little.
Yeah, let's get back to this. Come on.
Yeah, sorry, Stephen.
Hockey talk's good, but
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
in the fall, council directed staff to postpone the large item drop-off day due to COVID and bring back some information regarding legalities and everything like that. So the public works manager, I was talking to source within the Ministry of Environment with kind of the conversation we had was just about having an event like this and what the do's and don'ts of what you can do, and everything that Montague Township is doing right now is perfectly fine. It's basically what they said is just that you cannot take in any household garbage, and that's when it becomes a transfer station. So since we don't, we're okay. What we're kind of looking for is just direction for the Montague Messenger and what to place in here and what council would like to see for the spring day. Last year, not having spring or fall kind of gave us some stats on if it is an efficient system, if it's actually preventing anything from being dumped in the ditches or at the or turnarounds or anything. And we only saw a 3.9% increase, where a lot of the roadside pickup is obviously, like mentioned previously, on Ella Maloney Road and as well on Carroll Road. So we can't necessarily say it's all our taxpayers that this garbage is being dumped by, but those are the two locations where we're having the highest volumes. And essentially the two options that we have is to move forward with placing it in the Montague Messenger for the date mentioned, which is April 17th, the third Saturday in April. And then we will discuss this further at the March 16th meeting to decide the current status of what COVID is, or to just state in the Montague Messenger that a date will be established later on pending COVID protocols.
What's the date that the messenger comes out again?
I pass that to Joe.
I'd like to pass that to Christy. I thought it was end of March.
The only reason I'm asking is that, we do have a resolution that does state the date, April 17th. And if we go ahead and pass this tonight, but at the same time, we're saying that it could be changed because of COVID-19, but in March, it might be somewhat confusing, but Jeff, maybe you have an answer there.
I might have an answer. I've worked with Stephen with this too as well, and this is good. And I think this might be a good opportunity because a large item drop-off day, I never was really a big fan of it. I didn't find it very accessible for people that couldn't, if you didn't have a truck, you couldn't bring it in. And I mean, it also was like an in-between to bringing things to Glenview. So Steve and I had a great conversation back and forth to see what other municipalities do and what options we could have. And what I'm proposing us to look into, and Steve's done some homework numbers and he'll give it to us in a second here, but we convert our large item drop-off day to a large item pickup day. So we basically send around the dump truck or the garbage truck, and our vendor, not our staff, so our staff doesn't have anything to do with this. Our vendor takes care of the large item pickup. It is done in other municipalities. Stephen will give you some pricing. If we eliminated the garbage tags going forward too as well, which would save us $1,200, it also actually helps with the offsetting of this cost too as well. But that's a moot point right now that I just wanted to bring up. But this could be a better service because now we're not we're helping the people that not necessarily can bring that stuff there, and the cost well, we have the numbers Stephen's been playing with it, but our cost of what it costs to run the large item drop-off day to what it would cost us to do this is actually pretty minimal, and it delivers a way better service and a better option for people to be able to do this. And it eliminates our staff completely out of this situation altogether. So on that note, if you're okay, can I hand this over to Steve?
Yeah, I guess my only concern right off the bat would be, depending on if we were going to do a pickup, we certainly would have to have some limit of how much, because I can just imagine people that have a barn full of big items they want to get rid of. I for one do. But I wouldn't try this. But anyways, that would be a huge concern. We could have people putting out a truckload at one gate. So yep.
Just to counter that before Stephen jumps in there, you have to remember though that there's a limit that we have it when we have our large item drop off day too as well. So I mean, we still have that's where the tags could come into effect and everything too as well, because we're dealing with that. But
anyways, okay, well we have Steve and then we have Joanna.
Yeah, so I reached out to our neighboring municipality of Beckwith. They have a curbside pickup for these. So what they do is they run an operation from April through October with curbside pickup once per month. For their pricing, it's done as part of their waste contract by their current contract provider, and it's $43,000 for the year for them, and they pay it in 12 installments of $3,600 per month. So after that conversation, I thought it was a little high. So we reached out to our current contractor and got some pricing on possible scenarios with them. And what they suggested was they would end up doing a Friday pickup. It works out to $130 an hour for the truck. This works out to $1,300 per day based on a 10-hour day. And the biggest thing he said is you'd probably have to bank on two days if you're doing it once per year, just due to the volume. They can't guarantee in one day they get around to the municipality. So at this, it would be $2,600 for everything to be picked up by them and delivered to their site. And instead of doing the pricing of $130, which we pay for C&D, so collection and disposal at GIM, they would honor our waste price of $99 per ton disposal. So for number's sake, if every single household in the municipality got rid of one fridge at 270 pounds, so every house, just 270 for instance, it works out as a disposal of $12.12 per fridge. So if we were to implement garbage tags at 250 and we did 4 or 5 tags, this cost is covered, and they are getting a service provided at their doorstep instead of having to transport items to our municipal site. And again, it also helps with the current status with COVID, as our workers have nothing to do with this. It's all by the supplier. So yeah, there's a few options where you could do it once per year, twice per year, or once a month like other people, but it's recommended probably once a month, once a year.
Steve, just a quick question first. Like whether if it came to say a fridge or a stove, you know, if the fridge was free of Freon or a stove, and if you take that type of thing to GIM, they pay you. They pay you for metal. So, you know, this way, if we were putting it at the end of a road, it would cost us. But if you take it there, you get paid for it. Just wanted to make that comment. Joanna?
And our residents.
Pardon me?
I said our residents absolutely have that option of the taking it to GIM. We're just trying to provide a better service to all accessibility for all our residents is what we're kind of
Yes,
steering
yes.
this towards.
I understand. Thanks. Joanna, and then to Claus.
Yeah, you just asked when the messenger went out. It goes out March 1st with the tax bills.
Okay. Claus?
Thank you. Stephen, so large drop-off day or large drop-off pickup the curb, are we going to indicate what we will not pick up? And the reason I say that is a lot of people are converting from oil furnaces to propane and they can't get rid of them. They're going to stick that out at the curb and have that picked up.
Yeah, so it'd be well documented on what we're going to accept in conjunction with our contractor and also what other local municipalities are doing. They have laid it well on their website on what's accepted, what's not accepted, and a Montague Messenger would be a perfect spot where we detail exactly what is accepted and what's not accepted.
Yeah, because we'd have to certainly indicate that because we get into weight restrictions of what people can pick, what employees can pick up.
Hey, thank you, Claus. Ian?
I like the roots of the idea, that's for sure. I kind of like the increased service to the residents. I guess I'm concerned about what people are going to put at the road, and
Yep.
that's what I'm a little bit concerned about, and how much it is, and what the cost ends up being at the end of the day. You know, as Reeve alluded to, there's probably lots of people that like to get rid of a whole smash of stuff that they have sitting at their house, and we don't want to pay for the fee, but if we just start dumping it at the end of the road, and then if there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't meet the criteria, they leave it there, that it gets left there. I think probably once you got through the first, maybe once you got past the first year or two, maybe slow down. I'm pretty sure the first year might be startling. So I don't know. That's my only reservation about it.
We could easily have stuff left over because we've seen it in the past where couches have sat at the end of a laneway because they have had no tags on them and they sit there for months.
Yep.
Jeff?
Well, right now our guys won't pick up a couch, will they? Even if there's garbage tags on it. So I mean that's a moot point, right? I mean we're trying to make it so it will get picked up at the end of the day. And I think the Councillor Straight's point, exactly. Every change is going to have growing pains. And this is not a new thing because other municipalities do it. So, and it works. Like Beckwith's idea of doing it all the time. That's great. Not proposing that, but I think definitely that the change would be good. And I think it's something that's worth a try, especially with the numbers we're looking at. I mean, people still have to still have to pay for something, right? I mean, like they're gonna have to pay for the tags to put those items out there. So I mean, where there's going to be a revenue that's going to help offset that a little bit if people are putting out a lot of that stuff. This just makes it a lot easier for them to be able to do. And a lot of those residents that don't have the ability to bring that stuff in. So we're discriminating against people that don't have a truck, and we're discriminating against people that don't have the ability to do that. So right now, like if we want to make something that's accessible, which is our responsibility, our large item drop-off day is not accessible. So, I mean, I think that's why going this route, it makes it accessible. We can offset the cost, like I said, by putting the direction about what you have to put tags on and how much you need to spend. And listen, I mean, I'm sure Steve would love to field the phone calls, but he can field the phone call of saying, when people say, well, I have this, what do I need to put on it? How many tags do I got to come and get to do that? And he can give that direction. We'll have the growing pains. We'll have a better service for the same price that we're costing us right now as the future goes forward.
Karen?
So we're going to have special tags for this versus just the regular garbage tags that we currently have. Because if that's the case, then you're going to get the revenue. But if you're using just your garbage tag, then it's going to be revenue, but there is going to be the additional expense.
Yeah.
Jeff? So, I think exactly what Councillor Jennings is saying. This is part of the growing pains because there's tags out there, right? Like when things go forward, and once again, if we eliminate our garbage tags, as it goes forward, that will then start to work its way out. Maybe at the beginning, we need to implement that. Maybe we need to say for the large item drop-off day, we're having these special, you know, blue tags, whatever. I mean, we could have that as a discussion point for sure. But then going forward, I mean, maybe the green tags will be our new garbage tags. I mean, that's another move we can do too as well, guys. I mean, we can say our orange tags are no longer valid. We have switched to the green tags. This is what it is. We've gone to that route. So, I mean,
I got you, Ken.
That's suicide.
What?
Sorry, were you finished, Jeff?
I am. I'm very curious how it's suicide when you're switching something.
You check with the news for Carleton Place where they eliminated the garbage tags to go to new tags and said, we will give you 5 years to use the old tags up before they're no longer valid. And it hit, and the council reversed that decision very quickly. Because let me tell you, the outlash from the residents was unbelievable because the number of people that still had tags and said, I am not having to buy tags when I already have tags that were part of my taxes back in the day. So that's where it's like, you can't just eliminate them. You have to say when people are done using them. So for example, you could say 2021 is the last year we're giving out tags, and then start a new program in 2022, but you can't expire the tags that people already have. You can add the new tags for the large item day. You can have new tags that people have to buy, but like a totally different color, but to totally eliminate what people have already paid for in their taxes.
Okay, so I'm going to close this discussion up, but I'm going to take you first, Ian, and then I'm going to read the motion. But the motion will read as if we're going to have a drop-off day, and it is also going to be reading that it'll be in the messenger. So, but I'll read it, and then we can either vote on it or change it, or eliminate it and have something new. But I'm going to go to you, Ian, first, and then we'll go to the. I'm going to read the motion. So Ian, please.
So Stephen, just to clarify the numbers that you reiterated earlier, how much is it a day?
Right.
How much
is what?
$1,300.
$1,300 per day.
$1,300 a day. Like I'm going to be a little bit more. I think that the first couple times you do it, I would say the first time, I bet you'll be out there for 3, maybe 4, even 5 days picking up this stuff, because I think there's going to be an overabundance of what it is. So I just think that we're probably in a different, potentially a different bracket of, it could cost us upwards of $10,000 to have this done. And I think that's one of those things you got to get through the hoop to do before, and the initial sticker shock, once you get past that, I think there might be a benefit to it. But I think that we might be a little low, from my opinion, maybe on how much stuff we're going to gather. So I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to put a lot of stuff out there. And
sorry, go ahead.
You know what I mean? It could cost us, $5 to $10 grand, and if everybody's okay with spending that potentially, then I think I kind of like the idea.
Okay, so I'm going to read this motion, and then we can deal with it or something different. This motion,
read.
Yes.
Just sorry to interrupt. Is there consensus to do what Stephen and Jeff have just brought up? That's before we even have the motion. Is there consensus to even have to do that?
Yeah. So Ian, because the issue, you brought up some good points there, and I would have a concern, just like you, lest we put a limit on the number of big items. I could see us having much more than one day. And the thing is, what do we do then when they don't finish on a certain Friday afternoon, and half the township is still left with stuff strewn all over the road? And maybe they come back the second day and they still don't get finished. So anyways, I would certainly have concerns there. Ian, you can finish, and then Stephen, and then Karen.
I think that once we initiate it, we're all in. If it takes 5 days to pick it up, it takes 3, it takes 7, we're all in at that point in time. We can't go pick up half the township or a quarter of the township's garbage and not go and pick up the rest.
Yeah, I'm
So
just saying that it's going to take a lot more than, if it's going to take 5 days, that could be 5 days over 2 or 3 weeks. So what do you do with the stuff that stays out there? Is it going to stay out there for several days at a time?
Let Steve answer this.
I think I'm pretty sure they can pick it up consecutively 5 days in a row if that's what it took. But
Okay. So Stephen?
Yeah, so exactly what Councillor Straight's saying there. So it was mentioned that we would do something similar to what our garbage pickup is right now. So north and a south, it would be broken up into 2 separate days. So if on the Friday they did a full 10-hour day and they got half it done for numbers, I get that there may be an overwhelming amount. They will come back the second day on that Saturday and pick up again. And if they need to come back on the Sunday, they come back on that Sunday as well. And then it breaks it up into 2 halves, and then they have a couple of days extra saved up that they can pick up the extra garbage that's required.
Yes, Ian?
Just a follow-up again, sorry. Is it possible to break it out into a garbage and then a metal collection day so that we can get the benefit of the steel that we pick up? So garbage only, steel is another pickup day.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
Steve.
that's exactly correct. It would be total separate operation than garbage collection.
Okay.
Okay, so Ian, I'm going to go to your suggestion to see if we have consensus first then. And I guess if we have consensus, then that makes this motion that I have in front of us null and void. But I sense that you are saying yes for now to do this.
Yeah, it's a little more risky than I like, but I like the concept of that. I like the idea of the service. So I'll say yes.
I had
Okay.
a comment first.
Yes, okay.
So my comment comes back to the last few reports we're dealing with are dealing with budget. We don't even have a budget yet for 2021. So I think we should have been dealing with budgets before we start doing changes. But anyway, that's just a comment because budget should be coming before we start dealing with the rest of it.
Yeah, and we don't have a budget, but if we pass this tonight, then it's going to be going into a budget.
I know, but we didn't have it for the draft budgets that we've already dealt with that should have been coming back with more of a final budget. But anyway.
Okay, so next then you, Jeff?
We are, and I mean, we're not talking, and I think there's a cost offset there too as well. But anyways, we are, yes, obviously.
No, I'm getting consensus to do this.
Yep, yeah.
Okay, Claus?
Yeah, I'd be willing to take a risk on it. I agree with Ian. It's going to take some time to get it worked in and so forth, but I think hopefully our public will be sympathetic to us and not throw a 10-ton oil tank out there or some stupid thing.
Okay, Karen?
No, I'd like a revenue neutral so that we put it out, but it's going to have to cost through tags. No additional cost to taxes.
Okay, and I happen to agree with what you're saying, Karen, but we do have consensus to go ahead and do this.
Mhm.
And my final comment would be, and I totally understand your comment about it, Jeff, about accessibility, but I also think that we have a caring community that if a resident has something that they cannot move or they cannot lift, if they called us, we would deal with it. But as I said, we do have consensus to move forward. And then that I think the procedure still has to be there. I'll come to you, Ian, but I think the procedure will be after you speak, Ian, is I have to still read this motion. And then we will vote on it. And it sounds like it will be defeated. So, Ian?
It's my understanding we still need tags.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're not doing this without tags. They have to put their orange tags on there.
Yeah, so then there's still going to have to be a lot of information put into the messenger, which we haven't dealt with yet. But Joanna, am I on the right page here procedurally that I should still read this motion and then we'll vote on it?
Yeah, you should still read the motion and then it'll either
Yeah.
be carried or defeated, and then we'll have to make another motion to direct staff.
Okay. Okay, this motion was moved by Karen Jennings and second by Jeff Carroll that the committee of the whole receive the large item drop-off day report and that the following be recommended to council, that council directs staff to place the spring large item drop-off day in the Montague Messenger as April 17th, 2021, pending COVID-19 conditions, with a decision made by council on March the 16th, 2021. All in favor? Opposed? So this is defeated. And can you, yes, Jeff?
I'd like to put a motion forward to direct staff into working out with our contractor days in, I mean, we could pick what, May, that we would try to schedule a spring pickup and give direction to make sure that we have an idea of how many garbage tags is going to cost per sort of item and kind of go from there. But direct staff to kind of set up that working for the large item pickup.
And they could come back when we're giving staff direction, but they could come back at a future meeting, maybe just with a report so that we know what's going on. I think we had Claus first and then Karen.
Yeah, I would second Councillor Carroll's motion with the understanding, as you said, Ray, for staff to come back with a full report and a full recommendation.
Okay, Karen?
And you have to remember that if you're choosing a May date, that you have to allow, hopefully by COVID, allowing for people to get in to buy the tags that you're going to have them put on your items.
Okay, Ian?
You know what, and I really like to think that this is a very good segue into the garbage tank discussion we had earlier, that we're opening up our doors for larger pickups and all these things. And when we do these things, this should allow us to reduce the number of bags we pick up on a weekly basis.
Okay, so all in favor of this motion? Yeah, all in favor of this motion then? Opposed? So, yeah.
You can't vote.
You can't really vote, Joanna. Sorry about that.
I didn't see the mover and the seconder for that, sorry.
This motion was moved by Jeff and seconded by Claus.
Sorry.
No problem, and this motion was carried. Okay, then moving on. The next one is the annual water report of our chief, Miles Greer. I don't think Miles is with us, but I do have a motion.
Yeah.
The motion reads, was moved by Ian Straight and seconded by Claus Vandermeer, that the committee of the whole receive the annual water report and that the following be recommended to council, that council accept this report as information only. Any comments? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And then moving on to yours. The next one is yours, Joanna, and it's the draft Montague Messenger.
Yeah, so we've just attached this draft for you to review. Christy worked really hard on it, taking bits and pieces out of previous messengers and putting this together. There is actually, it doesn't quite look like it on here, but there is a little bit more space than it appears on this sheet, just due to the formatting. So just sort of looking for any comments on this. I mean, there's not a lot of room left, or thoughts for either what could go on this one or future ones that you think might be worth looking into.
Jeff? Thanks very much for doing this, and Christy, obviously it looks great too as well. And I think it's great that we get a chance to just kind of do a quick review as a council too as well, which is good. A couple of points and real quick, like when we talk about the recreation, which I'm glad that's in the top there. I think there's a point that a survey soon will be delivered to your door. I don't believe we're doing any deliveries of the survey to your door. So we want to make sure that we emphasize that it's going to be out on our Facebook page and website, and if you require a copy to let us know, to give us a call.
Cause,
Yeah, thanks, Reeve. Question, Joanna, just looking through here, and I read through it earlier, recycling collection. There's a day when they pick up the cans and the bottles, and a day when they pick up the paper and cardboard. They don't pick them up both at the same time, right?
Correct.
I'll direct that question to Steve.
Where'd Steve go?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so how do the public know what Friday, if I'm on a Friday schedule, which I am, and I'm asking for myself, what Friday do they pick up cans and what Friday do they pick up the paper and cardboard?
I believe there is a sheet that has been sent out earlier. It goes from July 2020 to July 2021, and it has all these dates in it, I believe.
That's my understanding
Okay.
as well.
Is there any way of putting that back into the messenger somehow? Or you
I
run out of room,
believe that's
Joanna?
probably too convoluted and too large of scale of a thing to put in this paper.
Okay, well, can we maybe send out that
It's also
flyer again
Page.
it's
on the
also
webpage?
on Facebook and on our municipal website as well.
Yeah, I'm not on Facebook. Okay, I'll go on.
but it's
the
on our
webpage.
website.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Jeff?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, it gets pushed out there. I know, sometimes I ask my wife what recycling day is and she checks the Facebook page. So it's definitely to get used to, but it is out there. I was just gonna say some other things. I mean, obviously we might want to put in there now about our large item pickup day, saying that's maybe what we're working towards. That's what we're doing. So this communication will be out there. Please check or call the office, about this day, going forward, because I want to make sure how are we going to make sure we get that sort of out there, I guess, is the big one. Besides, like, obviously we can post it on our Facebook page and put it in our website, but we should have it somewhere that maybe in this messenger that's what we're planning on doing.
Joanna?
I understand where you're coming from, but I think until it's finalized, we don't want to put something out there and say, we're working on this, just in case, something happens or something doesn't work out. I would recommend probably holding off until it was actually complete.
I think when we last talked about the large pickup, I'm sure that we said something like that we would not be doing it until further notice. But I would also be concerned that our staff could be swamped with questions. What can we bring? What can we put out? How many things can we put out? Blah, blah, blah. I would think that you could be swamped with it. But I think I saw Karen's hand, and then Ian and Jeff.
So one of the questions I do have has to do with when it went out the last couple of years, it's gone out on very shiny, very colorful paper that I'm sure has cost us a little bit extra compared to just putting it out, say, on regular colored paper with the black old ink or whatever. But also the way that the layout goes, because it goes first, it has about the recreation, then it gets into herbicide, then you got the interim taxes, then you got building permit, then you sort of bounce to like septic tank, and then below the tax stuff has to do with water testing, and then you got smoke, CO2, and then you get down below into burn permits. Is there a way to put the stuff that's finances together and the other items together to keep it all in a flow type thing? Just wondering. But the reference of like dog tag renewals, which make reference to March 31st, is that something we're still going to be following through on by the dates if they haven't been able to come in and get their tags before you start printing this? Or what is the thought? Just so that it's printed correctly before it goes out.
Yeah, so I think some of these were left blank, not left blank, put in, and we'll have to discuss it. So I'll try to address some of your questions. So first of all, my understanding is that previously it was released in color and kind of shiny. And the idea behind that was, I guess Montague was rebranding. But I think that, if we're directed to, I don't think there's any issue in printing black and white on paper. I mean, that's fine by me. Certainly want to hear from the rest of council. In terms of putting things together in sections, I mean, we can look at doing it. It's, you know, as you can, there's a lot to get on, you know, two-sided paper. So we'll do what we can do. I think it was probably put there in order of what people might have the most concerns about. But that's something that we can explore. I can't promise anything in that regard, but we'll see what we can make fit. And lastly, I guess the dog tags are something maybe we should just make a decision on. It's hard to make a decision when we don't know what's happening with COVID.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Ian next, but Ian, just if I can just interrupt for a second, just want to remind all of council and everybody here that we have at least 2 more reports to go, more than 2.
Yeah.
We have like at least 4 more reports to go. And then are any unfinished, I guess there's no unfinished business, but we've got at least 4 more reports. And then we have another in-camera meeting after the 4 reports, and it's 9:30. So I don't need to do it yet, but I will be bringing forward this motion to deal with the agenda past 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. But I just want to remind everybody, it's 9:30 now, and we have a long way to go.
All right, I'll make this real quick.
Thank
First
you.
thing is, what does this cost us? And is there a possibility that it's just as cheap to put something in the paper once a month, like the Tennyson Falls, Kitley Elizabeth, and everybody else does, that can keep us really up to date on what the current things are. You know what I mean? I think it'll keep everybody a little bit more informed. And the last thing I'm going to say is what I see here is it's another recycling collection. And I've actually had a couple of people call me about this. And for recycling collection questions or complaints, please contact Amterra. Like, why are our residents contacting the service provider if they have complaints or issues with the service? Like, why are we not? It should be coming to our own township to deal with the issues, so that we're aware of what the issues are and what it is that's going on. That's my last question.
So, yeah, so you've come forward with a couple of questions, Ian, so I'm just wondering if anybody wants to respond to that, or?
I might let Steve take the Amterra question.
Okay, Steve.
So in reading the contract, it's directly inside the contract that it's all resident to supplier, contractor based. Everything is directed towards that. It's contract based is why.
Okay. Okay,
I'm
so
sorry, Ian, what was the other question?
I'm just wondering if instead of paying whatever this cost is for this whole Montague Messenger, that we're trying to cram all this information in because it only goes out a couple times a year. Would it be a better practice to put an ad in the paper once a month, like some of the other townships do, that kind of detail what's coming up over the next month?
So I think my answer to that, I can look into what the cost of this is, because I don't know. But I know to put like a 1/4 page ad in the newspaper, it's about $500.
What it costs.
So, I mean, we can look and add up those costs certainly and figure out which one works better. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I think it's a good idea. Cost wise, I'm not entirely sure where we sit with that, but I can go and look for you.
All right, thanks.
I don't necessarily think it would be a good idea to make a change right now, seeing that there's already been an awful lot of work put into this.
Oh, not right now. Yeah, no.
But certainly we could go ahead and do this one and then look into it. I just want to make sure that like Karen brought up a comment about the possibility of a different type of paper. I guess as far as using a different type of paper is concerned, that's something that if we wanted could be changed. Now it's the same amount of work, whether it's regular paper or regular bond paper or high gloss paper or whatever. But that I just want to make sure that issue that you brought up, Karen, was addressed. I don't think it was. But Karen, and then to Ian.
So the other thing
Sorry,
too,
and then to Jeff, sorry.
The other thing to consider too is not only just the printing cost, but then you've also got the additional costing for the postage. But who actually stuffs this into the envelopes? Do you have a machine that does this for us with the tax bills? Or is it a manual stuff?
I believe that Christie does it.
Jeepers.
Yep.
Okay, Jeff.
It's done by hand. I know it is.
So a couple of things. I know. I mean, it gets folded by the folding machine at the copy and print center. But real quick about, I don't want to kill too much time about marketing and everything else, and because it keys on both Councillor Jennings and Councillor Straight's points. The hardest part with marketing is obviously is knowing exactly what to do and how do you get it into the right people's hands. Is newspaper, is Facebook, is sending it direct mail the best way to get it in people's hands? Direct mail is the best way to get the most readership. On the other side too, as well, when we talk about color, black and white, there's lots of data out there, and this is stuff. This is in sort of my past career about that too as well. Color is the best option. Going black and white reduces readership by more than 30%. So the biggest part of making sure that it's color, the reason why going with color is a better option, is it actually increases the readership and increases the ability to retain the information that's on there. Lots of studies, that's why I think they're done in color. The other side too as well is actually color to black and white, the costing, not what it was obviously many years ago. You go to a printing, is actually the costing's not a significant difference. This was brought up before, but a very valid point though. But that's a big part of the marketing side of things. But it's a very hard part to go with. I just want to bring up one more point, just with like some of the wording in there, and maybe with Christine writing it down real quick, just about the burn permits. I just want to emphasize, because I don't want to get a bunch of extra phone calls from people, the emphasize of them being the campfires, about the size of the fire that you don't need to call for a permit, and the size of a fire that you need to call for a permit. So we're not getting the extra ones. Just to reword that maybe would be a nicer way of just putting it. So,
Karen?
So it's not black and white. It's what I'm referring to is you do like a color page with the black ink on it, because when you look at our messenger and the number of colors that are on that, we are paying for that. It's also a gloss type paper that you were paying for. So there's additional costs. And I mean, some people will read it, some people won't, but the majority of the people, like there's a lot that don't. They take a look at it and they do just throw it in the recycling. But it's just the fact that there's a lot of additional costs there. One of the things that would have been handy is if we'd have used some of our efficiency money and gone to an automated system where we could do electronic e-bills with our tax bills. This sort of thing wouldn't even have to be printed. It could just be attached and sent through, and that would save some of the postage. But when you're putting out 2 legal size plus a tax bill that's 2 pages, it does start adding up on that postage, especially since it goes up every year.
Joanna?
So just to comment about that, I know Andrew is working on doing e-bills. So that, this hopefully will just be a discussion for this year. Or even just the first half of this year, because he is working on that. Just to comment about the color, I have no problem going to regular paper. Just sort of piggybacking on Jeff, I do understand that there's been compliments from residents on the way things are presented, just for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, I agree, Joanna. I've heard lots of great comments about how much better the messenger is getting. Probably every time you put it out. But I just want to move on. But the thing is, we can't really make, I don't think, a big change right now in the middle of this. There's been lots of work already done. And as you say, it's going to be ready to go out and mailed March 1st. So there has to be a lot of collating done and so on. I guess but I just want to make sure that our staff knows what the direction is. As far as format and what's in it, I don't think we can we should make major changes now, except for the possibility of what kind of paper we're using. but I think we should move on here. But Joanna, I'll go to you.
I was just gonna make the point that it's going in the tax bills March 21st, but we're gonna have to send it to printing in, within probably a week and a half. So
Exactly.
I mean, we kind of brought this forward. I don't know that we've ever brought the messenger forward to council for comment before.
No.
So it's
No.
it's good to hear the comments. And it's something we can keep working on as we go. In terms of this one, I think we've had some ideas of what we can talk about or what we can look at for changing. I don't think at this point, with that much time left, we can make substantial changes, but certainly we can take these comments into account for another mail out.
Okay, Jeff.
Just super fast. The whole purpose of this was really to look at the messenger to make sure that council got a chance to see what it was before it went out. We should not be discussing the change. That's all it is. See it. So if we want to reword something, and that's it. So that's what, we try to go through that. So if staff can just kind of take some of that, what we talked about as far as the little changes or making sure the wording is right, and that we're happy as a council that that's what we want it to be done, and let's get it sent out. And I'm happy with some of the changes that little changes we talked about, and let's get it done. It's just so we can review it before it goes out, so we know what goes on.
Okay, I have a motion here. It was moved by Jeff Terrell and seconded by Karen Jennings that the committee of the whole receive the draft Montague Messenger report, and that the following be recommended to council, that council receive this item for information only. All in favor? Okay, thanks for that. That's carried. Moving on to the airport agreement consulting fees. And that is also yours, Joanna.
Right. So as council's aware, myself and a couple members of councils are involved in negotiating a new agreement with both the airport and the town of Smith Falls. And as part of that, it was sort of determined by the group that it would be beneficial if we had somebody on board that knew a lot more about airports than any of us do. So the CEO of Smith Falls suggested that he knew someone who would have knowledge of the airport, and subsequently has asked if we would be willing to enter into an agreement to cost share the 25% of the cost of the consultant who can help with the background information relating to that airport. I've written obviously about his expertise and all that I'm sure you've read, but I can go over it if you'd like me to touch on it. But generally, just talking financially, Mr. David Snow, his services he's charging $50 per hour, and he's estimating a total cost for his services to be split between the town of Smith Falls at 75% and Montague at 25% would be $1,175. So ultimately, if we agreed to this, we would be responsible for just under $300 or 25% of the amount ultimately charged. So just looking for some guidance or looking for some guidance on this.
Yeah, and that's what the motion that's what the motion is in front of us, as to whether we're going to agree to this 25% cost or not. Any comments on council? Okay, yes, Karen and then Ian.
So if we weren't aware that there was going to be fees, it's just now being brought to us. So it's an after the fact that they're looking for us to pay?
I guess it was pitched to us that the CEO knew somebody who could help us out. Subsequently, we had a meeting with him, or the CEO and myself had a meeting with him to sort of, understand some of these airport items. And after that, I did receive an email requesting consulting fees.
Yeah, so just to answer your question there, Karen, I know that I'll just speak for myself. We were all in favor of accepting someone to help us But as far as I was concerned, when we initially accepted that, we thought that because the person was somebody known by Malcolm Morris and somebody that he had originally hired at the airport in Kingston, we thought, at least I thought, I'll speak for myself, hey, I'll take all the free advice I can get. And that was, and I feel that that was for the sake of the residents, but it was after the fact. And I do believe that some of the work had already started. It was after the fact that it came back. I guess I was thinking that it was, the cost was quite a lot more, but it is, as it was, as Joanna, you reported, it'll be around $300, but just to partially answer your question. So if you have a follow-up there, Karen, and then I'll go to Ian.
I do, just out of curiosity. I'm not sure what the consultant's supposed to be working on versus gathering information. Is it stuff we could get from the flying club or whatever ourselves, that, or do we need to have this? Did we need to have the consultant?
Yes, Joanna.
I think in some instances we probably could have got the information from the flying club, is my understanding. I think what the original intent was to sort of provide us with an understanding of roles and responsibilities of airport management, the flying club itself, the commission, and that type of thing. It maybe almost akin to like a third party review, so we can get the information from the airport, and this would be sort of a second set of eyes, I think was what the intent was.
Okay, Ian.
Yeah, and I think I understand where Joanna's going here with this and the intent. I look at the breakdown on the second page, and then I kind of get a little bit confused. I thought he would have taken, a copy of the contracts, this and that, what the costs were, and then kind of figured out, kind of blended things to see where we were at and come up with a new agreement. But we're talking here about environmental ARs, we're an environmental analysis, economic impact statements. There's a lot of what are we trying to cover? Are we trying to do what is the outcome of this gentleman coming here? Because I think there's a lot of things that are in what he's working on that, do we need an environmental analysis done of it? Was that what the original expectation was when we signed up to have the guy come? Yeah,
yes,
sure.
Joanna.
I'd kind of like to second what Bill said. My original impression was kind of, this is Malcolm's friend coming to help us out, and we thought, oh, that's perfect. Yeah, we'd love to have some information, and it sort of blossomed from there, if you will. And I do think that Mr. Snow is certainly very qualified. I think he has provided us with a lot of insight. And I think he's a good member to have on the team. Particularly given the cost. I mean, I think your average contract price might be significantly higher than that, but to Karen's point, I believe it was Karen, could we have got this information from the airport directly? I would say probably. They seem to have been very open with their information when I have spoken with them.
I think the scope is what I'm a little bit more, maybe the creep of what the scope might be and what we're doing here. Like when you start talking about environmental stuff, there could be significant costs and everything else that may arise and everything else. So I'm just wondering where we're going to end up here at the end of the day. So
and Ian, just to comment there, like we're far from finished making any final decisions in terms of discussions on this agreement. Matter of fact, we did meet at least 3 times with the town to do some preliminary discussions, and I think at least 2 of those meetings, Mr. Snow was present. And just this past week, we, for the first time, met with the club, but that was just to put it out in front of them, and we asked them to discuss it. And then at the next meeting, we'll have more comments. And just remember that Montague, we were the ones that came up with the 4 bullet points that we wanted to look at. And those are the 4 bullets that have been on the table. And now this past week, for the first time, the club has seen the 4 bullet points that we put in place, to do with sustainability of the airport and costs of operating it and so on. And as I said, no decisions has been made. We're far from finished the discussions. And I think some very good things are going to come out of it. I'm pretty positive here. But as this, just to go back, to try to get back to the agenda, the discussion, the decision we have to make right now is, are we going to accept incurring $300 cost or not? In the beginning, in good faith, we were very excited, thinking, hey, here's somebody that can come and help us. I certainly thought it was going to be free. I think that he went ahead and started his work. And then we got the request from the town, as you can see, wondering if we wanted to incur the quarter cost of what he's going to do. But there was no cost talked about in the beginning. It was just, do we want him to give us advice? And we said yes. So I'd like to get back to this. Ian, or sorry, I'll go to you, Claus, and then we have then I also see Jeff here. So Claus and Jeff, but then I do have this motion in front of us here. So Claus.
Thank you, Reeve. I was under the same impression too, because I was at the same meeting that Reeve was. But this gentleman was coming as a friend of Malcolm's and so on. $300 is not, it's not a big deal, but it's the principal fact that we were not aware there was going to be a cost. Looking at what he's going to do and stuff like that, I do think some of those things are necessary. I hope he doesn't dwell in them too deeply for the future of the airport, because we are a little bit of a turning point as to what are we going to do with this airport and what future is there in the airport and how can we expand on it to make it more of a cost-effective operation to run. So I would have to say we could go along with this, but I think we would certainly express our displeasure that this was not agreed upon right from the get-go.
Well, if we do move this forward, that can be expressed certainly easily in our next meeting. Jeff?
Real quick, we need to be communicated when there's a charge that's going to come up. And we're not going to go and play this game of letting a charge come after the fact that we're not aware of. If you guys were thinking that it was a good, honest, like he's coming to help you out and it was free, and then we get a bill after, our counterpart at Smith Falls should have known that his friend was looking to get paid for this. So tell us up front. And I think that's going to lead us into our next conversation too as well. So yeah. I'm going to just say right out of the gates, we're saying no for this, because we're not saying no that we're not willing to pay for things. We need to have a discussion first so we can pass it, and then we'll pay for it. Don't bring us a bill after.
Yeah, and I think to be clear, we haven't had a bill. This is just a request.
It's just a request.
Yeah. Okay.
We haven't been billed. It's just a request. So they're just asking us. We just simply say yes or no. Was that what you're going to say, Joanna?
Yeah, I was going to point out the same thing. They have not sent us a bill, but the request was delayed, I suppose, is how I'd phrase it.
Yeah. So I'm going to read this motion. Sorry, Ian, I think you had your hand up too.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Jeff's doing, but I think that in good faith, it's $300, and we pay the bill. It's in good faith and it's in good spirits going forward. And we leave it up to the 2 representatives that are on the committee to ensure that this doesn't occur again.
Or
It's $5,000. It's a big difference. It's $300.
Well, you
I'll
can
go-
rely
I'll-
on me because you can certainly rely on me, and I'm sure you can rely on Claus because we're very, very, I think, strong when it comes to situations like this. This is not the first time this type of thing has happened. We ran, you know, on a much, much, much bigger scale, and it has to stop, and it shouldn't have happened. But anyways, I don't want to get too frustrated here because I've been known to get frustrated in these meetings. So,
Well, no, and I think you're right. We're going to leave it at this, but there's also an ethical point to this whole thing too, right? It's like it'd be like you bringing your friend in, and oh, he can do this for us, and all of a sudden getting paid for it.
well, we still have a choice, and I'm going to read the motion here, and we have a choice to say yes or no to this. It was moved by Claus Vandermeer and seconded by Ian Straight that the Committee of the Whole receive the airport agreement consulting fees, and that the following be recommended to council, that council directs staff to enter into a cost sharing agreement with the town of Smith Falls to share 25% of the cost of the consultant who can help with background information relating to the operations of the airports. Just before we go further then, should there not be something put right into this motion about an upstart? About the amount? Joanna, you were mentioning that it was going to cost around what, 1,000 some dollars?
Yeah, so to be
1,170.
clear, the email was requesting 25% of the cost of the consultant. And I followed up with, what do you think the approximate cost will be? Which is what he gave me. That may in fact not be the final cost. So I have.
Well, I
gone-
think we better be very careful here then.
Yeah,
So just to be clear, I've put in the motion, you know, the request for 25% of whatever that fee may be. If you want to cap it at something, we can put that in there too. Or if you want to turn it down, you can do that, or 25, but the request was for 25% of the consultant's fee.
Yeah, I personally don't think we can leave it open-ended here.
No, I agree.
Claus?
I would agree with Joanna and suggest that we cap it at the total cost of $11.75 and our
Ooh.
25% share of
Oh.
$200 and something dollars,
293 something.
293.
So are you amending this motion then?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so then you're going to move that?
Yes,
Do we have a seconder? Jeff has seconded it. And then, so I don't think I need to reread this. I think everybody knows what this means.
yeah,
I'm going to call the vote then. All in favor? This is carried. I should ask opposed. Okay, so this is carried then. Thank you. And before we go to the next motion, I have one here I'm going to slip in. It was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll that the council continue to deal with items on the agenda beyond the 10 p.m. adjournment limit of procedural bylaw 3624, 2017 as amended. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Getting back to that last issue, Joanna, I guess I'll put you on the spot. I feel that you will be answering the town regarding this request, but I do feel that we should put it in black and white that we're not pleased. I'll let you put it in here in better terms maybe, but that I'll say it publicly that we're not pleased with the way this was done. And, we would request that when another issue comes up like this, that it's a little bit more democratic, I guess I could say. But I'm just throwing that out there.
Yep, absolutely. I'll be sure that
Thank
gets in
you.
an email.
If you don't mind.
I don't mind.
They need to know how we feel. And yes, Claus and I can comment on this, and I will for sure. But I think it needs to be put in black and white so that it's in front of all of the council, all of their council. Moving on to the next issue here. That's also yours, Joanna, and that's on the Smith Falls Recreation Agreement.
Right. So this is basically that the town of Smith Falls fairly recently advised that because of the COVID-19 related closures, they are experiencing operational and financial challenges with keeping the recreation complex operating. So because they didn't have, you know, the hockey camps and other revenue generating activities, they weren't able to you know, collect what they would normally collect, and as such they are in deficit of approximately $235,000. And so as such, they are coming to all the municipalities who are part of this agreement seeking a contribution to come out of, proposed to come out of our COVID-19 restart funding. So originally, the agreement was that there could be up to a 5% maximum year increase. And in this case, due to COVID, they're looking at increasing that to 25% for the 2020 year only. To be honest, I don't know how this is going to shake out for 2021 either, but there is, no, there will be a new agreement signed at the end of 2021, either way. So collectively, they're asking all the municipalities collectively to pay $58,000, and they're paying the larger share of about $177,000. The request for contribution from us is $12,164.99. So essentially, you know, I think from my understanding of the history, we've had some concerns with this agreement before, and it's taken a while to hammer out the details, which we finally did. And again, you know, we're going to be entering into a new agreement at the end of 2021. I've spoken with our treasurer, who notes that, you know, Montague is sustaining our own, you know, we're already having our own issues with COVID-related stuff. And any money that we've received from the restart funding, we've received the restart funding twice, but everything we have received is already earmarked for, you know, other items. And none of that has been included to provide additional payments to Smith Falls. However, you know, I think it should be recognized that once the recreation facility opens again, certainly many of our residents will be in there using it. So that's just something to think about. And in terms of financial implications, depending on what option council chooses, the 2021 budget will likely have to be increased, and likely that will mean that additional taxes will have to be increased as well to put forward a payment to Smith Falls. So I provided 3 options. I don't think I have to read them all, if you know, unless anyone wants me to read them out loud, but I provided 3 options, and I just opened this up for discussion, I guess. That's Bill's job. Bill can open it for discussion.
No problem. Thanks, Joanna. So first I'm going to go to Ian and then to Claus.
All right, so here I go.
Now be careful.
I am being very careful. This is quite a decision for the township, for the town of Smith Falls to take on. Why you would operate something to a deficit of that magnitude is beyond me. And why they did not come to us a lot sooner than this and say, hey, we're running at a massive deficit. You guys are going to have to start ponying up your extra $12,000 is beyond me. They want to go hand in hand and swing around over the arena and everything else and expect cost sharing and everything else to go with it. But there is no communication. Like we said before, when we signed this agreement the very first time, there was supposed to be a a board or whatever you want to call it, an advisory committee that was supposed to be put together with all of the stakeholders in this. And it was never done. And yet again, here we are. They've chose on their own accord to operate the arena at a $250,000 deficit. And now we're knocking on the doors of the neighbor to say, hey, here, help us pick up the pieces.
Okay, let's see, I'm sorry, I missed who was, sorry. I'm going to let Joanna respond and then I'll go to you, Claus, please. So Joanna?
So I just wanted to let you know, and maybe I should have mentioned it in here. I went back to sort of see if there was another point in time, since before me coming here, that they had noted anything. And I believe November 7th or so, Smith Falls had come to municipalities and said, I think we're running into a bit of trouble here. We have a bit of deficit. We may need your help, and provided some information at that point. It wasn't until I went back and looked for those emails that I found them. So apologies for that. I should have gone back and looked in greater detail, but that was requested a little earlier on.
Okay,
but
Claus.
there was no formal letter until the one that is attached to the package.
Thanks, Joanna. Claus?
So I don't want to repeat what Councillor Straight said, but I do agree. And both of us were on council at the same time. This has been discussed many times, and we've asked many times for us to have some skin in the game by being on some kind of advisory board, so we know what's going on a day-to-day basis with the arena. I think they could have cut some costs going into COVID, and all the townships are in the same boat where COVID has cost us extra money, and we have our own, as Joanna says, we have our own COVID fund that we need to use to pay for extra expenses. I mean, we deferred taxes for people, so that's costing us money. So we're helping our taxpayers that we can't turn around all of a sudden now and say to the taxpayers, oh, by the way, we allowed you no penalties on your taxes because of a situation that they had no control on. And I really feel that Smith Falls could have saved some money elsewhere without keeping this arena up and going and so on. Last comment, I'd be interested as to why Reeder Lakes rejected this request. That would be kind of interesting. I don't know if they'd tell you, but that'd be interesting. I see D&E said yes right away based on the other townships' reactions. So you can imagine which way that's going to go. Thanks.
Okay, I have next, I have Jeff and then Karen.
Okay, I'll try to make this quick because getting late. So
Really?
phase one of the initial funding was 619 million, give or take, and that was given out to all the municipalities. We got our piece of the pie too as well. We all knew about phase two because we went through phase two to see if there's extra money that we could get to. So the data that I see is 44 municipalities, and that phase two funding was for recreation issues, extraordinary costs on top of the cost of the initial chunk from phase one that you were getting for the money. 44 municipalities applied for extra in our province out of 400 and some municipalities. 44 applied, and only 200 and some million dollars was paid out to those municipalities, stating they had extra costs that they needed to, which recreation is part of it. There was a separate entity for transit too as well that they could the bigger mega cities that could apply for. We go into 2021, and actually what happened is that phase two, $691 million was put there. What we got money for 2021 is because there was that $300 million left over from that phase two. So they rolled it into all the municipalities back out for 2021. So to go back real quick, Smith Falls, unfortunately, and that's why I asked that question, and we got the answer back from Smith Falls about the way they read phase two and the way that is. And I don't want to criticize because I'm sure we've missed funding opportunities too as well. They missed a huge funding opportunity, and now they could have gotten a lot of that money back for their taxpayers in Smith Falls, but they've lost it. And now they're trying to look at the surrounding municipalities to help offset that. So, I mean, and I think exactly to Councillor Straight's point, if they would have came back to us during that phase two side of it, I mean, I would have been for sure on board to say, yes, we're going to help you, support you, or we'll do our phase two fill out to support that too as well, so we can get the funds and then we can forward it off to you. And if we would have had that proper planning, or if they would have given us that proper the beginning part, yes, that we could have done that. But now we're at this stage. And I don't think we're in the position to fix that error. And I'm not criticizing the error because, I mean, it's a busy time and it was a very confusing time. And I'm sure many municipalities had errors along those ways too as well. But there was an error there. So, I mean, do we really want to pony up that money? I don't think so. And it's unfortunate. And I think that's maybe, to Claus's question, I think that might have been part of the reason, but I'm not going to put anything into Rideau Lake's mouth. But that's really the case. I mean, the loss could have been helped covered by the phase 2 funding, anyways. So that's why I'm starkly against this, because it's a poor planning and then coming out and asking it after the fact too as well.
Hey, Karen?
Exactly. Smith Falls had the opportunity to apply. They chose for some reason not to, saying that they didn't have their financials, but they had monthly financials telling them exactly how much of a loss they were at. They could have been able to estimate to the end of the year, et cetera, and get the additional funding that was available. And other municipalities got it. And I don't know whether we could have applied if we'd have known to say it's because of cost sharing, though. We didn't actually physically own the arena, et cetera. And I think that's where they had the biggest jump, is that they owned the assets. They had the ability to apply for both the arenas. And again, it was, how does each municipality handle their operational costs during COVID, and whether or not we should pay for some of how their decisions were made, I'm not so sure of. But as stated, if there had been an advisory board, there could have been some discussions, but I'm not in favor of paying for the extra when they should have applied for the extra funding.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I'm going to, now, as Joanna pointed out here, this motion has 3 different parts to it. And then maybe, I guess, Joanna, I'm going to be asking your advice here, because we should possibly vote on these 3 different issues separately, but I'm going to read all of them first so we hear it, and then I'll go to you. This motion was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Jeff Carroll, that the Committee of the Whole receive the Smith Falls Recreation Agreement report, and that the following be recommended to council. That the first one is status quo, that township continues to pay the town of Smith Falls as per their current signed agreement, with the option to renegotiate in the renewal coming at the end of 2021. So that's the first one.
We can
And
vote
the
on,
next, yes, Jeff?
can we just, because that's going to be our option, I think, right? We're going to kick the status quo. Let's vote on that, because we're not, the other 2 are,
Yep, I agree with Jeff.
I don't want you to read the whole thing. You don't have to. We're voting on one. I think we're all going to agree to it, and let's move on. Sorry.
No, I just want to do the right thing procedurally. We have a bylaw here. We have a motion that's already on the, in the agenda. That's fine with me, as long as that's the right procedure. Then I guess I'll go to you, Joanna. This agenda, this is on the agenda. This is a motion that's already been moved and seconded.
Yeah, so I think that I was actually unsure of how to make this motion. I was hoping maybe someone might have a little bit more experience than me, but I think, yeah, Bill's right. You have to read through the entire motion, and then you'll have to choose one after that. So if you're all, for A, then Bill can just, read through it,
Okay.
and then you can vote A.
The second part of it was that the township provide the requested 25%, $12,164.99, which would be added to the 2021 budget and may increase the tax rate. The terms should be clearly defined with respect to the retroactivity, noting that this is for the 2020 year only. And the third part of it was that the township provide the town of Smith Falls with a different determined percentage in clearly delineated terms, ensuring the payment be retroactive for the 2020 year only. Okay, so I'm going to break this up. Can we vote on the first section? That's the very first one, status quo. All in favor? But did you want to make a comment first, Karen? No?
No, I'm voting.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the first one. All in favor? That's carried. That first one is carried. That means then, I think that procedurally then, that does now mean that the other two are null and void. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Then the first part of that motion was carried. Thank you. Now we're going to, we have, moving on, we have no petitions, no motions and notices of motions, and we have no unfinished business, unless, oh, sorry, I did miss something. Sorry about that. We do have reports to the committee. So the library update for information only. We don't have a motion for that, right, Joanna? That's just.
No, no, it was
Okay.
just for, normally it goes
Yeah.
on another part of your agenda, but I thought I should pull it out because the library is a committee, so I put it in there instead of
Yeah.
where it usually goes.
Okay, thank you. And so then also it's not, there's no motion, but the 4B on the agenda was the Recreation Committee verbal report for information only. So who is giving that? Jeff?
You're
I think
muted, Jeff.
You're muted, Jeff.
You're muted, Jeff.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to talk about it real quick because, I mean, and if Ian, if I miss anything, just let me know. But I mean,
Yep.
we had a good meeting just about the sports and rec groups, just to talk about all of the different groups that we can make sure that we get involved with. So once again, I encourage council members again to relook at that group, that sport and rec groups, to make sure that we're not missing anybody. And if you know anybody that's in there, just to add it and just to get back. The other side, we went through the survey, and there was a great talk with the survey and fixing it up a little bit. So the group was really, really good about that too as well. And they're also working really good at trying to get an annual calendar together too as well. So things are going pretty quickly, but I would dive into this a little bit more. But I think just for time's sake, I mean, they were good input on the survey and everything else, and moving forward and getting it ready. So Ian, did I miss anything or?
No, I think you got it pretty much, Jeff, except for that we gave Joanna the boot from the committee. And it's going to have to stand on its own 2 feet from here on out.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you both, Ian and Jeff, for that. And so then, before we adjourn, I'm going to ask Joanna and or Christy, if she's with us, if we have any questions from the public.
They've all gone to bed.
Yeah.
I don't have anything here.
And
Okay,
I don't have
then-
anything at my end either.
Okay, thank you then. I have a motion here, moved by Ian Straight and seconded by Klaus Vandermeer, that the committee of the whole meeting do now adjourn at 10:12. All in favor?
Sorry, guys.
I don't think I even need to ask that. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So then I'm going to go back to our, do we need to have a little break, or can we just go straight into the in camera?
30 seconds.
30
That's
seconds.
not enough.
Seconds.
Okay, just what did somebody say? 30 seconds?
Yeah, maybe 40, but.
Okay, then before we do reconvene, we'll take a minute. Okay,
All right.
thanks. Are you working on snow removal tonight, Claus? Oh, no. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, first 5 o'clock,
What time?
5.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I know. Anyway.
I can't remember the last time I sat in a chair without getting up for 4.5 hours.
Same here.
Oh, come on, we've had lots of long meetings. We're just
Yeah,
exposing Joanne to them now.
I've been to longer ones, but this is getting lengthy.
This is getting lengthy, that's right.
It's the clerk's fault for making the agenda.
That's exactly.
I'll try to shorten it next time, guys. Stop coming up with things for me to do.
Well, nobody can say that we don't, nobody can say that we rubber stamp stuff.
That's
No.
true.
Like,
A lot of
nobody can
correspondence.
criticize us for that.
A lot of
I kind of say that in a
Still
complimentary way. Sorry, guys.
Still live.
Yeah, I understand. But I don't mind the public hearing that.
So we're all smiling as we're doing this, so that's a good thing. So
It's amazing. It's amazing. But we have not seen if Ian is still smiling.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
how are Montreal Canadiens doing?
Probably going to check out the score. There he is.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, they're winning, by the way, Jeffrey.
Ah, damn it.
We were just commenting in that everybody is still smiling, but I said, well, we haven't seen Ian to see if he's still smiling or not. So
5-3, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that now. Okay, let's get to the meeting. I don't want to hear from Ian anymore. Let's get to the meeting. Let's go.
And I think Toffoli might be the scoring leader in the NHL right now.
Oh, jeepers creepers.
2 more goals.
okay, so we're going to move on here, guys. The motion that I have in front of us is moved by Ian Straight and seconded by Klaus Vandermeer, that council reconvene at 10:17. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. We have a motion here moved by Jeff Carroll and seconded by Karen Jennings that this council moves into closed session as per S 239 of the Municipal Act S0 2001 C25 in order to address 2 items. Personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. That's exactly the same, isn't it?
2 different topics, both about the same
Sorry.
thing.
And thirdly, the security of the property of the municipality or local board. More specifically, conflict of interest and local boards' security of property. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Klaus Vandermeer and seconded by Ian Straight that the council approve the
Ooh.
Wait,
well, yes, we have to wait.
We have to
Yeah.
go in camera now.
yes,
Yep. I'll
give me
just
one-
wait. I'll wait for you, Joanna.
Yeah.